Welcome to Midnight Cases. If the night feels quiet and sleep is taking its time, I'm here with another true crime story to keep you company. Tell me where you're listening from, and if this helps you rest, please subscribe. This is episode 90. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who laughed in front of children, entertained them with balloons and magic tricks, and yet kept a horrifying secret hidden beneath the walls of his own home. A man who lived a seemingly ordinary life in a quiet Chicago suburb, while committing crimes that would terrorize an entire city and horrify the world. This is the story of John Wayne Gacy. Born in 1942 in Chicago, Gacy grew up in a home that was anything but nurturing. His father was abusive, often angry, and Gacy later described the environment as controlling and terrifying. As a child, he developed a complex relationship with authority and a deep-seated need to maintain appearances. Early on, he learned to present a facade to the world, polite, charming, obedient. But underneath, a dark obsession began to form, a fascination with power, with control, and ultimately, with domination over the lives of others. By the 1960s, Gacy was an adult, married, and attempting to build a life that looked conventional. He ran small businesses, worked in politics, and became known as a community volunteer. People who met him described him as charismatic, affable, and trustworthy. He was generous to neighbors, organized events for local children, and even dressed as Pogo the Clown for parties and charity events. His public persona was impeccable, carefully curated to hide the turmoil and urges that lay beneath. But the calm suburban life was deceptive. Behind closed doors, Gacy began luring young men and boys into his home under the pretense of work, friendship, or mentorship. Once inside, he would overpower them, often using restraints to bind their wrists and ankles, manipulating them in ways that were horrifying and meticulously planned. These early offenses were carefully concealed, sometimes for years, because Gacy knew exactly how to maintain the appearance of innocence. His neighbors and colleagues had no reason to suspect the man who handed out candy at parades or posed with children in clown makeup could be capable of such crimes. By the early 1970s, the pattern escalated. Gacy began targeting teenage boys and young men he met at construction sites, bus stops, or social gatherings. He promised them work, money, or simply friendship. Once in his home, he would restrain them, assault them, and ultimately murder them. The killings were often methodical. Gacy had a system. He used handcuffs, rope, and occasionally chemical restraints to immobilize his victims. Many of the bodies were buried in the crawl space and basement of his own house, hidden beneath layers of concrete and flooring. Some he disposed of elsewhere, but the majority never left the property. Despite the horrors he committed, Gacy maintained a life of careful balance. He entertained children in the neighborhood as Pogo the Clown, volunteered for local politicians, and attended community events. To the outside world, he was the perfect neighbor, the model citizen. No one suspected that under the foundation of his home, beneath the polished floors and carefully maintained lawns, dozens of young men were missing. Gacy's ability to manipulate extended beyond his victims. When questioned about disappearances, he presented alibis, misled investigators, and deflected suspicion onto others. He cultivated a sense of trust, often leveraging his community connections to avoid scrutiny. In many ways, his public persona acted as camouflage, allowing him to continue his crimes for years without interference. The pattern began to unravel in December of 1978. One of Gacy's employees, a young man named Robert Piest, disappeared after leaving work to meet him. Piest's disappearance triggered an investigation that finally pierced the careful layers Gacy had built around himself. Police began examining his home, questioning neighbors, and piecing together the timeline of his movements and associations. The facade that had protected him for years was starting to crumble. When authorities entered Gacy's house, the full scale of his crimes was revealed. The basement and crawl space contained evidence of the murders he had carefully concealed. Bodies were found stacked and buried, some wrapped, some in plain sight beneath the flooring. The discovery shocked the nation. It was one thing to suspect an individual of serial killings. It was another to confront the reality of dozens of lives taken, methodically hidden, and systematically controlled within the walls of a single home. Gacy was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. During the trial, his calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the horror of the crimes. He spoke politely, attempted to rationalize some behaviors, and even tried to negotiate with the court. The evidence, however, was overwhelming. Forensic analysis, victim testimony, and the meticulous records of disappearances and interactions left no doubt about his guilt. In 1980, Gacy was convicted of 33 murders, though investigators later speculated he may have claimed more victims. He was sentenced to death and spent the next 14 years on death row before being executed by lethal injection in 1994. His crimes left a permanent scar on the Chicago community, the families of the victims, and the national consciousness. The John Wayne Gacy case is remembered not only for its brutality, but for the terrifying juxtaposition of normalcy and horror. The man who entertained children as a clown, volunteered in politics, and maintained an impeccable suburban facade was the same man who lured, assaulted, and killed dozens of young men. It is a reminder that evil can hide behind the most ordinary of appearances, and that careful, methodical planning can make monsters nearly invisible to the world around them. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who committed one of the most methodical series of crimes in American history, lived openly for decades, and was eventually identified not because he confessed or slipped up, but because time and technology finally caught up with him. For years, his victims had no face to attach to their trauma. Police had no name to announce. Entire neighborhoods lived with the knowledge that someone was entering homes at night, controlling families without raising his voice, and leaving behind no identity at all. In the mid-1970s, California was expanding rapidly. New suburbs were being built faster than law enforcement could adapt to them. People trusted their neighborhoods. Windows were left unlocked. Side gates were rarely secured. It was common for families to believe that danger belonged to other places, not quiet residential streets lined with identical houses and trimmed lawns. That sense of safety became the opening this man needed. The first confirmed attacks occurred in Sacramento County. Victims described a masked intruder who entered their homes late at night, often through sliding doors or open windows. He carried a gun, but rarely fired it. The weapon wasn't for violence. It was for control. He spoke softly, issued calm instructions, and bound victims using shoelaces, cords, or items he found inside the house. In homes with couples, he separated them, stacking plates on the backs of husbands and warning that if he heard them move, their wives would be killed. He stayed for long periods of time, then left quietly, disappearing into the night without witnesses. As the attacks continued, fear spread in a way that didn't cause chaos, but changed behavior. People installed locks, bought dogs, slept lightly. The attacker adapted to every change. He learned which homes had alarms and how to disable them. He poisoned dogs. He studied police response times and altered his movements accordingly. Victims later realized he had been watching their homes for days or weeks before ever entering them. He wasn't impulsive. He was patient. Police called him the East Area Rapist. Dozens of attacks were linked through consistent behavior, but investigators struggled to narrow suspects. He left little physical evidence. He varied locations. He sometimes returned to the same victims months later, not to assault them again, but to prove he still had access to their lives. In some cases, he called victims afterward, breathing into the phone without speaking. The psychological damage extended far beyond the crimes themselves. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, a series of murders began occurring in Southern California. Couples were found bound and killed in their homes. The crime scenes felt different, but the bindings were familiar. The control was familiar. For years, law enforcement did not realize they were dealing with the same offender operating under different names in different regions. The East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker were eventually understood to be one person, but by then, the trail had gone cold. Then, suddenly the crime stopped. No arrest was made. No explanation was given. The man simply vanished from the record. Victims aged. Investigators retired. Evidence was boxed and shelved. The case became something people spoke about carefully, aware that there were no answers coming. Decades later, advances in DNA analysis changed everything. Investigators uploaded crime scene DNA to public genealogy databases, not to search for the killer directly, but to identify relatives. Slowly, a family tree took shape. Cousins, distant matches, branches narrowed. One name emerged repeatedly at the center: Joseph James D'Angelo, a former police officer who had lived an unremarkable life for years. Police followed him quietly. They collected discarded DNA. The match was undeniable. In 2018, more than 40 years after the first attacks, Joseph D'Angelo was arrested. Neighbors were stunned. He was known as a quiet man, sometimes irritable, but ordinary. No one suspected the extent of what he had done. In court, D'Angelo eventually pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder and sexual assault. When he spoke, he did so without emotion, acknowledging crimes that had defined entire lifetimes of fear for his victims. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The Golden State Killer case is remembered not for chaos or spectacle, but for its silence, for the way evil hid inside routine, for how long it took for truth to surface, and for the reminder that some crimes do not end when they stop happening. They end only when they are finally named. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who stood on his front porch, smiled into a television camera, and asked for his family to come home, even though he already knew they never would. A story about a quiet suburban house, about a man who claimed he had nothing to hide, and about how an ordinary life collapsed in the most disturbing way possible. In August of 2018, Chris Watts murdered his entire family. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, a small, quiet town. Tree-lined streets, identical houses. Chris worked as an oil field operator. He was described as polite, soft-spoken, almost invisible. His wife, Shannon Watts, was very different. She was outgoing, active on social media, a mother who shared her life openly. They had 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste, both young, both deeply loved by Shannon. From the outside, the family appeared happy, but behind closed doors, the marriage was breaking apart. Chris was having an affair. Her name was Nicole Kessinger. With her, Chris felt free, unburdened, unattached. He told Nicole that his marriage was already over, that he and Shannon were separating, that there were no complications. None of that was true. Shannon was pregnant, 15 weeks along. They had planned the baby together, or at least Shannon believed they had. By the summer of 2018, Chris felt trapped by responsibility, by expectations, by the life he had built. Instead of confronting the situation, he began imagining a life without it. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip. It was late, after 1 a.m. Chris was waiting. What happened next would later change multiple times in Chris's retelling. But the outcome never changed. Shannon never left the house alive. That morning, Shannon didn't answer her phone. She missed appointments. She missed messages. Her friend grew worried and went to the house. Chris arrived shortly after police. He acted calm, concerned, helpful. He told officers his wife and children were missing. Their car was still there. Their shoes were still inside. Chris stood in the doorway and shrugged. Soon after, Chris agreed to speak to the media. He stood on his front porch, smiling awkwardly. He said he just wanted his family back, that he didn't know where they were. But his words felt empty. Investigators noticed things immediately. Chris showed no urgency, no panic, no visible fear. He avoided eye contact. He laughed nervously, and his story began to crack. Within days, police discovered the affair. They confronted Chris. He failed a polygraph test, and then he confessed. But even then, the truth came out slowly. Chris admitted to killing Shannon, then later admitted to killing his daughters. He described loading their bodies into his truck before sunrise. He drove to his work site, and there, in an act that stunned even seasoned investigators, he disposed of his daughters' bodies in oil tanks. Shannon was buried nearby in a shallow grave. The crime shocked the country. The brutality was horrifying, but what disturbed people most was how calm Chris had been, how normal. Chris pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. In November 2018, he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. He will never be released. In later interviews, Chris attempted to explain himself. He spoke quietly, without emotion. He said he wanted a new life, a clean slate. But what remained was devastation. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a woman who loved fiercely, who trusted completely. Bella and Celeste were remembered as joyful, playful, innocent. Their lives ended not because of anger, but because of selfishness. The Watts house was eventually sold, but the story remains. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger is not chaos, but silence. Not rage, but calculation. And that the people we think we know best may be living an entirely different life. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story, a quiet story, about a family that looked perfect from the outside. A story about trust, control, and a death that was made to look like an accident. Take a moment and settle in. In a quiet neighborhood in Pleasant Grove, Utah, there lived a woman named Michelle McNeil. She was a mother of 8 children, a devoted wife, and by most accounts, a kind and gentle person. Her husband, Martin McNeil, appeared successful. He was a doctor and a lawyer, respected, well-spoken, confident. To the outside world, they were a stable, accomplished family. But inside their home, things were very different. In December of 2008, Michelle was recovering from a cosmetic surgery, a facelift. It wasn't something she truly wanted, but Martin had insisted. He told her it would help her feel better, look better, be happier. Michelle trusted him. After all, he was a doctor, and he was her husband. During her recovery, Martin took control. He managed her medications. He decided what she took. And when she took it, Michelle was weak, in pain, and heavily medicated. On the morning of April 11th, 2007, Martin called 911. His voice was calm, controlled. He told the operator he had found his wife unresponsive in the bathtub. When paramedics arrived, Michelle McNeil was already dead. She lay in the tub, water still around her. Martin told police that she must have collapsed while bathing. That was a tragic accident, possibly related to her surgery. At first, authorities believed him. The case was closed, but Michelle's daughters were uneasy. Something didn't feel right. Their parents' marriage had been strained for years. They had seen their father behave strangely, cold, secretive, and then something disturbing happened. Just 2 weeks after Michelle's death, a woman moved into the family home. Her name was Gypsy Willis. Martin introduced her as the nanny, but the daughters knew better. They soon discovered the truth. Gypsy was not a nanny. She was Martin's mistress, and the affair had been going on for years. The timing made no sense. Their mother had barely been buried, and another woman was already living in her place. That was the moment the daughters began asking questions. They looked into Michelle's surgery, the medications, the recovery. They learned that the drugs Michelle had been given should never have been taken together. The combination was dangerous, potentially fatal. Those medications could cause someone to lose consciousness, slow their breathing, leave them helpless. And Martin had controlled every dose. The daughters went to police. They said they believed their father had overdosed their mother, that once she was unconscious, he drowned her in the bathtub. At first, investigators hesitated, but the daughters didn't stop. They kept pushing. Medical experts reviewed the evidence again. They found that the medications in Michelle's system were not taken gradually. They had been given all at once. That detail changed everything. Investigators also uncovered something else. Martin McNeil had lied for years about his credentials, about his past, about who he really was. Witnesses came forward. They spoke of manipulation, control, and disturbing comments Martin had made about wanting freedom. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested. He was charged with murder. Prosecutors said he forced Michelle into surgery, over-medicated her, and when she lost consciousness, he staged her death to look like an accident. At trial, Michelle's daughters testified. They spoke calmly, but firmly. They described their mother's fear. her weakness, and their father's behavior after her death. Medical experts explained the drugs, the dosage, and why it could not have been accidental. The defense claimed it was a tragic mistake. The jury did not believe them. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Justice came slowly, but it came. Michelle McNeil was a mother, a caregiver, a woman who trusted the wrong person. Her daughters refused to let her death be forgotten. Their persistence brought the truth into the light. Without them, the case would have stayed closed forever. Martin McNeil died in prison in 2017, but Michelle's story remains. A reminder that not all dangers are strangers. That control can hide behind care, and that quiet determination can uncover even the most carefully hidden crimes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who was working to support her family, about a woman who vanished after her shift at a gas station, and about how a case that went unsolved for years was finally cracked when a deathbed confession revealed the horrifying truth. In April 2004, 22-year-old Ashley Pond lived in Oregon City, Oregon, with her mother and younger sister. Ashley was in 8th grade and was known as a quiet girl who loved animals. She had been dealing with some difficult situations at home and at school. On January 9th, 2002, Ashley left her apartment to catch the bus to school. She never made it. Ashley vanished without a trace. Ashley's mother immediately reported her missing. Police began investigating and searched the area around the apartment complex. They interviewed Ashley's friends and family members. They looked into anyone who might have had contact with her. Despite their efforts, there were no solid leads about what had happened to Ashley. The case was baffling because Ashley had simply disappeared in broad daylight. 2 months later, another girl from the same apartment complex went missing. 13-year-old Miranda Gaddis was also in 8th grade and knew Ashley. On March 8, 2002, Miranda left her apartment to catch the school bus. Like Ashley, she never arrived at school. Miranda had vanished from the exact same location where Ashley had disappeared just 2 months earlier. The community was terrified. 2 young girls had disappeared from the same apartment complex in a matter of weeks. Parents were afraid to let their children walk to the bus stop. Police intensified their investigation and brought in FBI agents to help. They organized massive searches of the surrounding area, but there was no sign of either girl. Investigators began looking closely at everyone who lived in the apartment complex. One resident drew particular attention. Ward Weaver was a 40-year-old man who lived there with his children. Both Ashley and Miranda had known Weaver's daughter and had been to his house. Police questioned Weaver multiple times, but he denied knowing anything about the disappearances. Ward Weaver claimed he had last seen both girls when they were at his house visiting his daughter. He said they had left, and he didn't know what happened to them after that. He acted concerned and cooperative with police, but investigators had a bad feeling about Weaver. Something about his story and his behavior didn't seem right. Then in August 2002, one of Weaver's sons contacted police with disturbing information. He told investigators that his father had made suspicious comments about the missing girls. He described strange behavior by his father around the time of the disappearances. He said his father had done concrete work in the backyard and had been very protective of certain areas of the property. Police obtained a search warrant for Ward Weaver's property. On August 24, 2002, investigators began a thorough search of his house and yard. They brought in cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar. The dogs immediately alerted to areas in the backyard where Weaver had recently poured concrete. Police began excavating these areas. Underneath a concrete slab in the backyard, investigators found human remains. The body was identified through dental records as Miranda Gaddis. She had been deceased since shortly after her disappearance. The discovery was devastating, but at least gave Miranda's family some answers after months of agonizing uncertainty. Police continued searching the property. Inside a storage shed in the backyard, they found a 55-gallon barrel. When they opened it, they discovered human remains inside. The body was identified as Ashley Pond. She had also been deceased since shortly after she disappeared. Both girls had been on Ward Weaver's property the entire time police had been searching for them. The evidence showed that Ward Weaver had attacked and killed both girls. He had hidden their bodies on his property and had lied to police throughout the investigation. He had watched as the community searched desperately for the girls, knowing exactly where they were. His behavior showed a level of cold calculation that horrified everyone. Ward Weaver was arrested and charged with 2 counts of aggravated murder plus additional charges, including abuse of corpses and sexual abuse. The investigation revealed that Weaver had a history of violence. His own father had been convicted of murder in California years earlier. Violence seemed to run in the family. Further investigation uncovered that Ashley had made accusations against Weaver before her disappearance. She had told people that Weaver had assaulted her. This gave Weaver a motive to silence Ashley permanently. When Miranda disappeared 2 months later, investigators believed Weaver had killed her because she knew too much about what happened to Ashley. Ward Weaver's trial was scheduled for 2004. But before the trial could begin, Weaver accepted a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to 2 counts of murder in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. He was sentenced to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole. The plea meant the families didn't have to endure a trial, but also meant many details about the murders were never revealed. During his confession, as part of the plea agreement, Weaver admitted to killing both girls. He said he had attacked Ashley first and had hidden her body in the barrel. When Miranda disappeared, he killed her as well and buried her under the concrete. He had continued living in the house with the bodies hidden on his property for months. Ashley Pond and Miranda Gaddis were young girls who should have been going to school and enjoying their teenage years. They should have had the chance to grow up, graduate, and live their lives. Instead, they encountered Ward Weaver, who saw them as victims. He took advantage of their trust and his position as an adult in their community. The case highlighted how predators can hide in plain sight. Weaver had been living in the apartment complex with everyone else. He had acted concerned when the girls disappeared. He had allowed his own children to play in the yard where bodies were buried. His ability to maintain a normal appearance while committing such terrible crimes showed a level of deception that shocked investigators. The families of Ashley and Miranda were devastated by the loss of their daughters. They had spent months hoping the girls would be found alive. Learning that they had been dead since shortly after their disappearances and had been hidden so close by was agonizing. The families took some comfort in finally being able to lay the girls to rest properly. Ward Weaver remains in prison in Oregon, where he will spend the rest of his life. He showed no real remorse for his crimes and never provided a full explanation for why he killed 2 innocent girls. His case serves as a reminder that danger can exist within our own communities and that children are vulnerable to predators who gain their trust through seemingly innocent connections. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a fitness instructor who seemed to have a perfect life, about a husband who came home to find his house on fire, and about how investigators discovered that a woman had murdered her husband and 2 young daughters to start a new life with her lover. In May 2020, 43-year-old Chris Watts was living in Colorado with his wife Sean Ann and their 2 daughters. But this story is about a different family and a different tragedy that happened years earlier. In December 2008, 34-year-old Chris Coleman was the head of security for famous televangelist Joyce Meyer. He lived in Columbia, Illinois with his wife Sherry and their 2 sons, 9-year-old Garrett and 11-year-old Gavin. From the outside, the Colemans appear to be a devout Christian family living a blessed life. Chris had an important job protecting a well-known minister, and Sherry was a dedicated mother who homeschooled their boys. On the morning of May 5, 2009, Chris called his neighbor at 6:43 in the morning asking him to check on his family. Chris claimed he'd been trying to reach Sherry, but she wasn't answering her phone, and he was worried something was wrong. Chris said he was on his way home from the gym, but was concerned about his wife and children. The neighbor went to the Coleman home, and when no one answered his knocks, he looked through the windows. What he saw was horrifying. Through the window, he could see what appeared to be a body lying on the floor. He immediately called police, who arrived within minutes and forced entry into the house. Inside, police found a scene of unspeakable horror. Sherry Coleman was found dead in the master bedroom, lying on the bed. She had been strangled with a ligature. The two boys, Garrett and Gavin, were found dead in their bedrooms, also strangled. All three had been killed while they were sleeping or shortly after waking up that morning. Even more disturbing were messages spray-painted on the walls throughout the house. Someone had written threatening messages in red paint, including phrases that suggested the murders were related to Chris Coleman's work with Joyce Meyer. The graffiti appeared to be an attempt to make the murders look like they were committed by someone angry about the ministry. Chris Coleman arrived home shortly after police and appeared distraught at the scene. He told investigators that his family had been receiving threats for weeks, including disturbing emails and letters. He said the threats were related to his work and that someone had been targeting his family because of his association with Joyce Meyer. Investigators immediately began examining the threatening emails and letters Chris had reported. They quickly noticed something suspicious. The emails had been sent from an account that was traced back to Chris Coleman's own computer. The threatening messages had come from inside the house, sent by Chris himself. He had been creating a false trail of evidence to make it appear his family was being targeted by an outside threat. As detectives dug deeper into Chris's life, they discovered he had been having an affair with a woman named Tara Lentz, who worked for Joyce Meyer's ministry in Florida. Chris and Tara had been involved romantically for several months, exchanging thousands of text messages and emails. Chris had told Tara he was planning to leave his wife and marry her. The evidence showed that Chris had been living a double life. While presenting himself as a devoted Christian husband and father, he was secretly carrying on an affair and planning to leave his family. But divorce would have meant losing his job with the ministry, losing his reputation in the religious community, and paying child support. Chris apparently decided that murdering his family was a better solution than facing the consequences of his choices. The investigation revealed that Chris had planned the murders carefully. He had been sending himself the threatening emails for months to establish a narrative that his family was in danger. On the morning of the murders, Chris had strangled Sherry first, then killed both boys while they slept. He then spray-painted the threatening messages on the walls to stage the scene. After that, he went to the gym to establish an alibi and called his neighbor to discover the bodies. Chris Coleman was arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. His trial began in 2011, and the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of his guilt. They showed the jury the emails traced to his computer, the evidence of his affair with Tara Lentz, and the forensic evidence proving the crime scene had been staged. They presented testimony showing Chris had researched how to commit the perfect murder. The defense tried to argue that someone else could have committed the murders and framed Chris, but the evidence was too strong. The jury heard about Chris's affair, his lies, and his elaborate planning. They saw through his attempts to portray himself as a grieving husband and father. After deliberating for less than a day, the jury found Chris Coleman guilty on all 3 counts of murder. Chris Coleman was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. The judge described the murders as especially heinous because Chris had killed his own children while they slept, showing them no mercy. Chris showed no emotion as the sentence was read, maintaining the cold demeanor he had displayed throughout the trial. Sherry Coleman had been a devoted mother who loved her boys and had dedicated her life to raising them. Garrett and Gavin were young boys who loved sports and were being homeschooled by their mother. They trusted their father completely and never knew he was plotting to kill them, so he could start a new life with his girlfriend. Chris Coleman remains in prison in Illinois, where he will spend the rest of his life. The woman he had the affair with, Tara Lentz, was devastated to learn that Chris had murdered his family. She testified against him at trial and has had to live with the knowledge that she was the reason Chris wanted to eliminate his wife and children. The Coleman family murders shocked the religious community and the town of Columbia, Illinois. It revealed how someone can present a perfect Christian image while harboring evil intentions. Chris Coleman chose to murder his innocent wife and children rather than simply walk away and face the consequences of his infidelity. His actions destroyed multiple families and serve as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind any facade, even one of faith and devotion. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a newlywed couple on their honeymoon cruise, about a bride who mysteriously disappeared from the ship in the middle of the night, and about how a case that seemed like a tragic accident revealed troubling questions that remain unanswered nearly 20 years later. In July 2005, 26-year-old George Smith IV and his 25-year-old wife Jennifer Hagel Smith were on their honeymoon aboard a Royal Caribbean cruise ship traveling through the Mediterranean. The couple from Connecticut had been married just 12 days and were celebrating with family and friends on what was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. On the night of July 4th, 2005, George and Jennifer spent the evening drinking and partying at the ship's casino and bars. Security footage showed them returning to their cabin around 4 in the morning, with George appearing extremely intoxicated and needing help walking. Several young men who had been hanging out with the couple helped George back to his room. The next morning, passengers and crew noticed a large bloodstain on the overhang below George and Jennifer's cabin balcony. The stain was visible from the side of the ship and was clearly blood. When crew members went to check on the Smiths, they found George Smith missing and Jennifer asleep in the cabin. Jennifer said she didn't remember much from the night before because she had been so intoxicated. George Smith was never found. Despite extensive searches of the ship and the water, his body was never recovered. The blood on the overhang and the evidence in the cabin suggested that George had gone over the balcony of his own cabin, falling into the sea. But the question was whether he had fallen accidentally, jumped, or been pushed. The investigation quickly became complicated. The ship was in international waters when George disappeared, creating jurisdictional issues about who should investigate. The FBI eventually took over the case because the Smiths were American citizens on an American registered cruise line. By the time investigators could properly examine the crime scene, the cabin had been cleaned and potential evidence had been lost. For young men who had been partying with George and Jennifer that night became persons of interest. These men, who were in their early 20s and from California, had been seen on security cameras helping George back to his room. They were among the last people known to have seen George alive. Their stories about what happened that night had inconsistencies and changed over time. One of the young men initially told investigators that after helping George to his cabin, he and the others had left and gone to their own rooms. But other passengers reported hearing loud voices and sounds of furniture being moved coming from the Smith cabin in the hours before George disappeared. Some passengers reported hearing a loud thud that could have been a body hitting the overhang. The investigation revealed that George had withdrawn a significant amount of money from the ship's casino ATM that night. The money was never found in the cabin or anywhere else. This raised questions about whether robbery might have been a motive if George had been attacked. The young men who had been with George denied taking any money. Forensic analysis of the cabin found George's blood in multiple locations, including on the sheets and on the balcony. The blood spatter patterns suggested there had been some kind of violent incident. However, it was also possible that an extremely intoxicated George had injured himself accidentally before going over the balcony. Jennifer told investigators that her memory of the night was fragmented due to how much she had drunk. She remembered being at the casino and bars, but didn't have clear memories of returning to the cabin. She woke up the next morning with no memory of George disappearing and was shocked to learn he was missing. The FBI investigated for years, but never filed criminal charges against anyone. The evidence was circumstantial, and there were too many unanswered questions. Without George's body, it was difficult to determine definitively whether his death was an accident, suicide, or homicide. The international nature of the case and the delay in proper investigation made building a prosecutable case nearly impossible. George's family hired private investigators and pushed for answers. They believed that George had been attacked and thrown overboard, possibly during a robbery. They felt the cruise line had not done enough to secure the crime scene or investigate promptly. They also believed that the young men who had been with George knew more than they were saying. The cruise line faced criticism for how the situation was handled. The cabin was cleaned before it could be properly processed as a crime scene. Passengers who might have been witnesses were allowed to disembark without being thoroughly interviewed. These mistakes potentially destroyed evidence and hampered the investigation. The case brought attention to the issue of crimes on cruise ships and the challenges of investigating them. Because ships travel through international waters, jurisdiction can be unclear. Cruise lines are private companies that may not have the training or resources to properly handle serious crimes. The incident led to calls for better regulations and oversight of the cruise industry. In 2013, one of the young men who had been with George that night, Rusty Kaufman, pleaded guilty to obstruction of justice in an unrelated case. He admitted to lying to FBI agents, though his lies were not specifically about George Smith's death. The plea raised more questions about what the young men might have been hiding. To this day, no one has been charged with any crime related to George Smith's disappearance and presumed death. The case remains technically open, but no new leads have emerged in years. The FBI has stated they investigated thoroughly, but did not have sufficient evidence to bring charges against anyone. Jennifer Hagel Smith has had to live with the trauma of losing her husband on their honeymoon under mysterious circumstances. She has remarried and tried to move on with her life, but the questions about what happened that night have never been fully answered. She has said she wishes she could remember more about their final night together. George Smith, 4, was a young man who should have been starting his life with his new wife. Instead, he disappeared from a cruise ship in the middle of the night, leaving behind devastated family and friends and a mystery that may never be solved. Whether he accidentally fell, jumped, or was pushed overboard, George's death remains one of the most well-known unsolved cases involving cruise ships. His family continues to seek justice and answers, hoping that someday someone will come forward with information about what really happened that night. The case serves as a tragic reminder of the vulnerabilities that exist when traveling, the importance of moderation with alcohol, and the challenges of investigating crimes that occur in international waters where jurisdiction and evidence collection can be complicated. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a pregnant woman who was preparing to celebrate Christmas with her family, about a husband who made a desperate 911 call, and about how investigators discovered that a loving marriage was actually hiding years of abuse that ended in a tragedy on Christmas morning. In December 2009, the Kleindienst family was looking forward to celebrating Christmas together in their home in Harford County, Maryland. 29-year-old Crystal Kleindienst was 5 months pregnant with her second child, and she and her husband Chris were raising their young daughter together. From the outside, this seemed like a typical young family preparing for the holidays. But on Christmas morning, December 25, 2009, Chris Kleindienst called 911 in a panic. He told the operator that he had woken up to find his wife, Crystal, unresponsive in their bed. He said she wasn't breathing and that he didn't know what was wrong. Paramedics rushed to the home, but when they arrived, they found Crystal was already deceased. She had been dead for some time. The circumstances of Crystal's death immediately raised red flags for investigators. She was a young, healthy woman who was pregnant, and there was no obvious medical reason why she would have died suddenly in her sleep. The 911 call and Chris's behavior also seemed off to the responding officers. Something about the scene didn't feel right. An autopsy was performed on Crystal's body, and the results were shocking. The medical examiner determined that Crystal had been strangled to death. She had not died of natural causes or a medical emergency. Someone had deliberately taken her life while she slept in her own bed. The unborn baby she was carrying had also died. Police immediately focused their investigation on Chris Kleindienst. He was the only other adult in the home when Crystal died, and he had been sleeping right next to her. There were no signs of forced entry or any evidence that an intruder had been in the house. The bedroom door had been closed with the couple's young daughter sleeping in another room. As detectives dug into the Kleindienst marriage, they discovered it was far from the happy relationship Chris had portrayed. Friends and family members came forward with disturbing information about Chris's treatment of Crystal. They described a pattern of controlling and abusive behavior that had been going on for years. Crystal had confided in friends that Chris was emotionally and verbally abusive. He controlled their finances and monitored her activities. He had been pressuring Crystal to have an abortion because he didn't want another child, but Crystal had refused. She wanted to keep the baby and was excited about becoming a mother again, despite the problems in her marriage. Investigators learned that the relationship between Chris and Crystal had been deteriorating in the months before her death. Chris had been having an affair with another woman and had wanted out of the marriage. But Crystal was pregnant, and a divorce would be complicated and expensive. Friends said Chris had been frustrated that Crystal wouldn't agree to end the pregnancy. Police also discovered that Chris had taken out a life insurance policy on Crystal shortly before her death. The policy was worth several $100,000, and Chris was the beneficiary. This gave him a clear financial motive in addition to his desire to be free of the marriage and the responsibilities of another child. The evidence against Chris Kleindienst was building, but it was all circumstantial. There were no witnesses to Crystal's death, and Chris wasn't talking to police anymore. Investigators needed to build a case that would convince a jury beyond reasonable doubt that Chris had strangled his pregnant wife on Christmas morning. Forensic experts examined the crime scene and Crystal's body for any physical evidence. They found marks on Crystal's neck consistent with manual strangulation. The positioning of her body and the lack of defensive wounds suggested she had been attacked while sleeping, giving her no chance to fight back or defend herself. In February 2010, Chris Kleindienst was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree ending of life, one for Crystal and one for the unborn baby. He was also charged with first-degree assault. Chris maintained his innocence, claiming he had woken up to find Crystal dead and had no idea what had happened to her. Chris's trial began in 2012. The prosecution presented testimony from Crystal's friends and family about Chris's abusive behavior and his desire to end the pregnancy. They presented evidence of the affair Chris had been having. They showed the jury the life insurance policy Chris had purchased, and they presented the medical examiner's testimony that Crystal had been strangled to death. The defense argued that the prosecution's case was based entirely on circumstantial evidence and speculation. They claimed there was no direct proof that Chris had strangled Crystal. They suggested that perhaps Crystal had died of some undiagnosed medical condition that mimics strangulation, or that someone else could have been responsible. But the jury didn't buy the defense's theories. The combination of the medical evidence, Chris's suspicious behavior, his motive to be free of the marriage and the pregnancy, and the life insurance policy was too compelling. In May 2012, Chris Kleindienst was found guilty of 2 counts of second-degree ending of life. The judge sentenced Chris to 2 consecutive life sentences plus an additional 30 years. The judge noted the particularly cruel nature of strangling a sleeping pregnant woman on Christmas morning, with the couple's young daughter in the next room. Chris was taken to prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. Crystal's family spoke at the sentencing about their loss. They described Crystal as a loving mother and daughter who had been trying to escape an abusive relationship but had run out of time. They talked about the granddaughter who would grow up without her mother and the baby who never got the chance to be born. The double loss devastated the family. The case also left Crystal's daughter without either parent. Her mother was dead, and her father was in prison for taking her mother's life. The little girl who should have been waking up to Christmas presents that morning instead lost her entire family in one terrible act of violence. Crystal Kleindienst should have been celebrating Christmas with her daughter, looking forward to the birth of her second child, and planning for the future. Instead, she was taken by someone who saw her and their unborn baby as obstacles to the life he wanted. Chris Kleindienst chose to strangle his pregnant wife rather than simply get a divorce, a decision that destroyed multiple lives and left a young child without parents. The case served as a tragic reminder that the most dangerous time for women in abusive relationships is often when they are pregnant or trying to leave. Crystal had been trapped in a controlling relationship with a man who ultimately decided that ending her life was easier than letting her go. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved grandmother who was brutally attacked in her own home, about a community terrorized by a series of violent burglaries, and about how detectives used an unusual piece of evidence to finally catch a serial predator who had been hiding in plain sight for years. In March 2015, the small town of Manteca, California, was dealing with a series of disturbing home invasions. Over several months, someone had been breaking into homes, often targeting elderly women who lived alone. The intruder would enter through unlocked doors or windows in the middle of the night, attacking the victims in their beds. The crimes were violent and terrifying, and the community was gripped with fear. One of the victims was 76-year-old Mary Gibson, a retired teacher who had lived in Manteca for decades. On the night of March 8th, 2015, Mary was asleep in her home when an intruder broke in through a sliding glass door. The attacker entered her bedroom and brutally assaulted her, beating her with such force that she suffered severe head injuries. Mary was found by a family member the next morning and rushed to the hospital, where she remained in critical condition for days before passing away from her injuries. The attack on Mary Gibson horrified the community. She had been a beloved figure in Manteca, known for her kindness and involvement in local activities. That someone would break in her home and attack her so viciously seemed incomprehensible. Police intensified their investigation, determined to catch the person responsible before he could strike again. Detectives reviewing the crime scene at Mary's home found something unusual. There were partial shoe prints near the point of entry and in the bedroom where Mary had been attacked. The prints were from a distinctive type of athletic shoe with an unusual tread pattern. Investigators photographed the prints and began trying to identify the specific make and model of shoe. Meanwhile, other home invasion cases in the area were being reviewed to see if they might be connected. Detectives found that several unsolved burglaries and attacks on elderly women showed similar patterns. The intruders seemed to target homes where women lived alone or where they would be alone at night. He entered through sliding doors or windows that were unlocked or easy to force open. And in several cases, similar shoe prints had been found at the scenes. As detectives worked to track down the shoe, they caught a break. The distinctive tread pattern matched a specific model of Nike athletic shoe that had been sold in limited quantities. Investigators began checking sales records and surveillance footage from stores that had sold these shoes in the Manteca area. At the same time, police were investigating another lead. A suspicious vehicle had been seen in Mary Gibson's neighborhood around the time of the attack. Witnesses had noticed a white sedan driving slowly through the area late at night, which was unusual for the quiet residential street. Police obtained surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses, hoping to get a license plate number. The investigation led police to 23-year-old Malik Pat, a local man who had a history of minor criminal offenses. Detectives discovered that Pat owned a white sedan matching the description of the vehicle seen near Mary's home. They also learned that Pat had recently purchased the exact model of Nike shoes whose prints had been found at multiple crime scenes. Police obtained a search warrant for Pat's home and vehicle. Inside, they found the Nike shoes with a distinctive tread pattern. When compared to the prints from Mary Gibson's home and other crime scenes, they were a perfect match. Detectives also found items that had been stolen from several of the burglary victims, providing further evidence linking Pat to multiple crimes. DNA evidence collected from some of the crime scenes was also tested against Pat's DNA. The results showed matches, placing him at the scenes where elderly women had been attacked. The evidence against Malik Pat was overwhelming, connecting him not just to Mary Gibson's attack, but to a series of home invasions targeting vulnerable victims. Malik Pat was arrested in May 2015 and charged with ending Mary Gibson's life, along with multiple counts of burglary, assault, and attempted assault. As the investigation continued, detectives connected him to at least 10 different home invasions in the Manteca area spanning several years. Some victims had survived his attacks, but had been left traumatized. Others, like Mary Gibson, had not survived. The case against Pat revealed a disturbing pattern. He had been specifically targeting elderly women who lived alone, watching homes to identify vulnerable victims. He would strike late at night when victims were asleep and defenseless. Some of the attacks had been sexually motivated, adding another layer of horror to his crimes. Pat's trial began in 2017. The prosecution presented the shoe print evidence, DNA evidence, stolen property found in his possession, and testimony from surviving victims who identified him as their attacker. The evidence was so strong that Pat's defense had little to work with. They couldn't dispute the physical evidence connecting him to the crimes. In 2018, Malik Pat was convicted of first-degree ending of life for Mary Gibson's death, along with multiple other charges related to the home invasions and attacks. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other crimes. The judge noted the particular cruelty of targeting elderly victims in their own homes, places where they should have felt safest. Mary Gibson's family spoke at the sentencing, describing the pain of losing their mother and grandmother in such a violent way. They talked about how Mary had been independent and strong right up until the end, and how it was unbearable to think of her final moments of terror. They expressed relief that Pat would never be able to hurt anyone else. The other victims who had survived Pat's attacks also gave impact statements. They described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own beds, the fear that haunted them even after moving to new homes, and the nightmares that persisted years later. Many of the elderly victims said they never felt safe again after being violated in such a personal way. The case highlighted the vulnerability of elderly people living alone and the importance of home security measures. Police encouraged residents to secure doors and windows, install security systems, and check on elderly neighbors regularly. The Manteca community came together to support the victims and implement neighborhood watch programs to prevent similar crimes. Malik Pat remains in prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. The Nike shoe print that helped catch him became a key piece of evidence in forensic investigations, demonstrating how even small details at a crime scene can lead to solving cases. Mary Gibson and the other victims deserve to feel safe in their own homes, but instead they encountered a predator who saw their vulnerability as an opportunity. While justice was served through Pat's conviction, the trauma he inflicted on his victims and their families will never fully heal. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted, but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young college student who vanished after a night out with friends. about a massive search that gripped a nation, and about how modern technology finally revealed the tragic truth about what happened during her final hours. In September 2019, 19-year-old Anaya Blanchard was a college student living in Auburn, Alabama. She was the stepdaughter of UFC fighter Walt Harris, and she was known for her bright smile, loving personality, and close relationship with her family. On the night of October 23, 2019, Anaya went to a convenience store and then met up with a friend. After that evening, she disappeared. When Anaya didn't respond to text messages or phone calls, her family immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her at all. She was in constant communication with her mother and would never just go silent without explanation. Her family reported her missing on October 24th, and police began investigating right away. Investigators found Anaya's car abandoned at an apartment complex in Montgomery, Alabama, about 50 miles from Auburn. The discovery was chilling because there was blood evidence inside the vehicle, suggesting that something violent had occurred. The amount of blood indicated that whoever had been injured was likely seriously hurt. This finding transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected violent crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store where Anaya had stopped that night became crucial to the investigation. The video showed Anaya inside the store, and it also showed a man later identified as Ibrahim Yazid. Footage appeared to show Yazid following Anaya and possibly forcing her into her own vehicle in the parking lot. The video evidence suggested that Anaya had been abducted. Police identified Ibrahim Yazid as the primary suspect and issued a warrant for his arrest. Yazid was a 30-year-old man with a violent criminal history. He had previously been charged with attempted ending of life and kidnapping in a separate case, but had been released on bond. The fact that someone with such serious pending charges was free on the streets raised immediate questions about the bail system. A massive manhunt began for Yazid. The FBI joined the search, and Anaya's case received national media attention. Her family made emotional public pleas for information. UFC fighters and celebrities shared her story on social media. Thousands of people across Alabama and beyond joined search efforts, hoping to find Anaya alive. On November 7th, 2019, 2 weeks after Anaya disappeared, law enforcement arrested Ibrahim Yazid in Florida. He was captured in Pensacola after witnesses recognized him from wanted posters and media coverage. His arrest brought some relief to investigators, but the critical question remained unanswered. Where was Anaya? The search for Anaya continued even after Yazid's arrest. Investigators worked to trace his movements and identify locations where he might have taken her. They interviewed witnesses, reviewed surveillance footage from multiple locations, and followed every possible lead. But Yazid refused to cooperate or provide any information about what he had done. Then on November 25th, 2019, more than a month after Anaya disappeared, hunters discovered human remains in a wooded area in Macon County, Alabama. The location was remote and would have been nearly impossible to find without the specific tip that led authorities there. DNA testing confirmed the devastating news that Anaya's family had feared. The remains belonged to Anaya Blanchard. The discovery of Anaya's body confirmed that what had started as a kidnapping had ended in the worst possible way. Anaya had been taken from a convenience store parking lot by a stranger, and she had lost her life. The bright young woman with her whole future ahead of her was gone, taken by someone who had no right to steal her life. Ibrahim Yazid was charged with capital murder in Anaya's death. Two other individuals, Antoine Fisher and David Johnson Jr., were also arrested and charged in connection with the case. Fisher was accused of helping dispose of evidence, while Johnson was charged with helping Yazid after the crime. The involvement of multiple people in covering up the crime made the case even more disturbing. The case became not just a story about Anaya's tragic death, but also a catalyst for change in Alabama's legal system. Anaya's family channeled their grief into advocacy, pushing for reform to the state's bail system. They argued that violent offenders like Yazid, who had been out on bond for previous serious charges, should not be released back onto the streets where they could harm others. In 2022, Alabama voters overwhelmingly approved a constitutional amendment known as Onia's Law. The law allows judges to deny bail to defendants charged with violent felonies if they are deemed a threat to the community. The amendment was designed to prevent situations like the one that had allowed Yazi to be free despite facing serious criminal charges. Onia's family found some solace in knowing that her death might prevent similar tragedies in the future. Ibrahim Yazid's trial has faced multiple delays, but he remains in custody awaiting trial on capital murder charges. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, arguing that the kidnapping and taking of Onia's life was especially heinous and demonstrated a complete disregard for human life. The trial, when it occurs, will bring the painful details of Onia's final hours into public view. For Onia's family, particularly her mother Angela Harris and stepfather Walt Harris, the loss has been devastating. They have spoken publicly about their grief, about the hole left in their lives by Onia's absence. They've shared memories of Onia's infectious smile, her kindness, and her dreams for the future. They've also talked about the importance of staying vigilant and aware of surroundings, hoping to help others avoid similar tragedies. Onia Blanchard was a young woman who stopped at a convenience store on an ordinary night, expecting to go about her evening like any other. Instead, she encountered a predator who saw her as a victim. She was kidnapped, taken from her life, her family, and all the future experiences she should have had. Her case reminds us that danger can strike in the most ordinary circumstances, and that young people must remain aware of their surroundings, even in familiar places. The legacy of Onia's Law stands as a testament to her family's determination to create something positive from unimaginable tragedy. While nothing can bring Onia back, the legal changes inspired by her case may protect others from violent offenders who should never have been walking free in the first place. Onia's bright smile and loving spirit are remembered by those who knew her, and her story continues to raise awareness about the importance of public safety and bail reform across the country. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about 3 young women who accepted a ride from a friendly stranger, about a terrifying ordeal that lasted over a decade, and about how one brave woman's escape finally exposed a house of horrors hidden in plain sight in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. On August 23rd, 2002, 16-year-old Gina DeJesus was walking home from school in Cleveland, Ohio, when a man she vaguely knew from the neighborhood offered her a ride. The man was Ariel Castro, the father of one of her friends. Gina had no reason to fear him, so she accepted the ride. She was never seen by her family again, at least not for over a decade. Gina wasn't Ariel Castro's first victim. Nearly a year earlier, on August 22nd, 2002, 21-year-old Michelle Knight had disappeared after leaving a social services building. She had been in a custody battle over her young son and had an appointment that day. Castro had spotted her and offered assistance, then lured her to his house on Seymour Avenue, where he imprisoned her in an upstairs bedroom. Then on April 21st, 2003, 14-year-old Amanda Berry vanished while walking home from her job at a Burger King. She called her sister to say she was getting a ride home from someone, and then she was gone. Her mother appeared on multiple television shows pleading for information about her missing daughter. Tragically, Amanda's mother died in 2006, never knowing what had happened to her child. All 3 women have been taken to the same location, a modest house at 2207 Seymour Avenue owned by Ariel Castro. Castro was a 52-year-old school bus driver who seemed like a regular guy in the neighborhood. He played bass in local bands, attended community gatherings, and even participated in searches for the missing girls, including a vigil for Gina DeJesus, all while holding them captive in his home. Inside the house, Castro had created a nightmare. The women were held in locked rooms, often chained to radiators or walls. He had boarded up windows and soundproofed areas to prevent anyone from hearing their screams. Castro controlled every aspect of their lives, deciding when they could eat, use the bathroom, or move around. He subjected them to horrific physical and sexual abuse over the years. Castro kept detailed records of his captives, treating them like possessions rather than human beings. He would play psychological games, sometimes pretending he was going to let them go, only to crush their hopes. He isolated each woman from the others for long periods, preventing them from forming bonds that might give them strength to resist. The most devastating aspect of their captivity was that Castro would force them to become pregnant, only to deliberately cause miscarriages through beatings and starvation. Michelle Knight endured this horror multiple times. But in 2006, Amanda Berry became pregnant, and this time Castro allowed the pregnancy to continue. Amanda gave birth to a daughter, Jocelyn, in a plastic kiddie pool in the house with only Michelle Knight, who had no medical training to help her through the delivery. For years, the three women lived in Castro's house while life went on normally outside. Neighbors had no idea that just feet away from them, three missing women were being held captive. Castro's adult children would visit the house occasionally, but never suspected anything, as Castro kept the captives hidden and warned them that if they made noise, he would harm them or their families. The women had given up hope of ever being rescued. Police had investigated Castro's house at one point during the search for the missing women, but a cursory check hadn't revealed anything suspicious. As the years passed and the massive search efforts died down, it seemed the women had been forgotten by everyone except their families who never stopped looking. Then on May 6, 2013, everything changed. Castro made a rare mistake. He left the house without properly securing all the locks. Amanda Berry saw an opportunity. She could see through a crack in the door that Castro had left. She began screaming for help and trying to force the door open. A neighbor, Charles Ramsey, heard her screams and ran over to help. He couldn't understand what was happening at first, but he could hear the desperation in Amanda's voice. Together, they managed to force the door open enough for Amanda and her 6-year-old daughter Jocelyn to squeeze through to freedom. Amanda immediately called 911, and her words became famous around the world. "Help me, I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped, and I've been missing for 10 years, and I'm here. I'm free now." The 911 operator could barely believe what she was hearing. Police rushed to the scene within minutes. When officers entered Castro's house, they found Michelle Knight and Gina De Jesus still inside, weak and terrified but alive. The women were rushed to the hospital while police began processing what would become one of the most shocking crime scenes in recent American history. The house revealed evidence of years of imprisonment and abuse. Ariel Castro was arrested that same day as he returned home, having no idea that his captives had escaped. He initially tried to deny everything, then claimed the women had stayed willingly. But the evidence was overwhelming, and the women's testimony painted a clear picture of prolonged captivity and abuse. In July 2013, Castro pleaded guilty to over 900 charges, including kidnapping and multiple counts of abuse. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 1,000 years without the possibility of parole. During his sentencing, he showed no real remorse and even claimed he wasn't a violent person, despite the overwhelming evidence of his crimes. Michelle, Amanda, and Gina each gave victim impact statements, though Michelle was the only one who spoke in person at the sentencing. She told Castro directly that the death penalty would be too easy for him, and that he deserved to spend the rest of his life suffering as he had made them suffer. Just 1 month into his prison sentence, on September 3rd, 2013, Ariel Castro was found dead in his cell. He had taken his own life by hanging. His death meant the women would never have to worry about him being released or escaping, but it also meant he would never face the full weight of justice for what he had done. After their rescue, all three women faced the difficult task of rebuilding their lives. Amanda Berry has been raising her daughter Jocelyn, who is now a teenager. She co-authored a book about her experience and has become an advocate for missing persons. Gina De Jesus has also written about her ordeal and works with organizations that help missing children and their families. Michelle Knight, who later changed her name to Lily Rose Lee, wrote her own book and has worked to raise awareness about abuse and captivity. She has spoken publicly about her journey from victim to survivor, inspiring others who have faced trauma. The house on Seymour Avenue, where the women suffered for so long, was demolished in 2013. The empty lot serves as a reminder of the horrors that took place there but also of the strength and resilience of three women who survived against all odds. Amanda Berry, Gina DeJesus, and Michelle Knight endured years of unimaginable suffering but found the courage to reclaim their lives and their identities after escaping from Ariel Castro's House of Horrors. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a charming young man who seemed to have a bright future, about a series of brutal attacks that terrorized California in the 1970s and 80s, and about how one of the most prolific serial killers in American history was finally caught decades later through a revolutionary use of DNA technology. For over 40 years, a serial predator known by various names terrorized California. He started as the Visalia ransacker, became the East Area Predator, then the original Night Stalker, and was eventually called the Golden State Killer. But behind all these names was one man, Joseph James DeAngelo, a former police officer who used his knowledge of law enforcement to evade capture for decades. The crimes began in 1974 in Visalia, California, where a series of strange break-ins occurred. The intruder would enter homes, ransack them, but often steal only small items of little value. Sometimes he would take photographs or personal items that seemed to have no monetary worth. The pattern was unusual and unsettling. Then in 1975, the Visalia ransacker shot and ended the life of a man who confronted him during a burglary attempt. After that incident, the ransackings in Visalia stopped. But in 1976, a new series of crimes began in Sacramento and spread throughout Northern California. An intruder would break into homes in the middle of the night, often targeting couples. He would shine a flashlight in the faces of sleeping victims, waking them in terror. He would tie up the male victim, often placing dishes on his back and threatening that if he heard the dishes rattle, he would harm the female victim. The attacks were brutal and methodical. The perpetrator clearly planned his crimes carefully, often prowling neighborhoods for days or weeks before striking. He would make threatening phone calls to victims before and after attacks. Sometimes he would break into homes when no one was there, unlocking windows or doors to make future entry easier. His level of preparation was chilling. Between 1976 and 1986, the attacker committed at least 13 known cases of ending life, over 50 assaults, and more than 100 burglaries across California. He struck in Sacramento, Contra Costa County, the East Bay Area, and eventually Southern California. The crimes were connected through DNA evidence and similar patterns. But for years, investigators didn't realize they were dealing with one person operating across such a wide area. What made this perpetrator particularly terrifying was his unpredictability and his apparent enjoyment of psychological torture. He would spend hours in victims' homes, eating their food, drinking their beer, and terrorizing them. He would ask victims cruel questions and make threats against their families. Sometimes he would sob or cry during attacks, leading some investigators to believe he might be mentally unstable. Despite massive investigations involving multiple law enforcement agencies, the perpetrator remained unidentified. He seemed to vanish in 1986 after his final known attack, and the case eventually went cold. Investigators continued working on the case, preserving evidence, and hoping that someday technology would advance enough to catch the person responsible. In the 2000s, investigators began using DNA from the crime scenes to definitively link all the various attacks to one person. They realized the East Area Predator and the original Night Stalker were the same individual, and they started calling him the Golden State Killer. The DNA evidence proved the connection, but it didn't tell them who he was because his DNA wasn't in any criminal database. Then in 2018, investigators tried something revolutionary. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scenes to GEDmatch, a public genealogy database where people upload their DNA results to find relatives. They weren't looking for an exact match, but for relatives of the perpetrator who might have uploaded their DNA for genealogy purposes. The strategy worked. Investigators found distant relatives of the Golden State Killer through the database. Using traditional genealogy research, they built family trees and narrowed down potential suspects. This led them to Joseph James DeAngelo, a 72-year-old former police officer living in Sacramento County. Investigators began surveilling D'Angelo and eventually collected his DNA from items he had discarded. When they tested that DNA against the crime scene evidence, it was a match. On April 24, 2018, Joseph James D'Angelo was arrested at his home in Citrus Heights, California. The arrest shocked the nation and brought closure to families who had waited decades for answers. D'Angelo had been a police officer in Exeter and Auburn, California, during the time he was committing many of his crimes. He had used his law enforcement knowledge to evade capture, understanding how police investigated crimes and what evidence to avoid leaving. He had been fired from the Auburn Police Department in 1979 for shoplifting, but no one had connected him to the series of attacks happening in the area. After leaving law enforcement, D'Angelo worked at a grocery store distribution center until his retirement. He lived a seemingly normal life with his wife and children. Neighbors described him as an odd, sometimes angry man who would yell at people, but no one suspected he was capable of such horrific crimes. His family was shocked by his arrest. In June 2020, Joseph D'Angelo pleaded guilty to 13 counts of first-degree ending of life and admitted to numerous other crimes. At his sentencing hearing, which lasted several days, survivors and family members of victims gave emotional impact statements. They described the decades of pain, fear, and trauma his actions had caused. D'Angelo, now elderly and frail, showed little emotion during the proceedings. He made a brief statement apologizing to his victims, but many felt it was too little, too late. In August 2020, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. At 74 years old, he will spend the rest of his life behind bars. The Golden State Killer case revolutionized how law enforcement approaches cold cases. The use of genetic genealogy to identify D'Angelo opened new possibilities for solving decades-old crimes. Since his arrest, this technique has been used to solve numerous other cold cases across the country. For the victims and families who suffered at the hands of Joseph D'Angelo, his capture brought a mix of relief and renewed pain. Many victims had spent 40 years looking over their shoulders, afraid he might return. Some had died before seeing him brought to justice. But those who survived and the families of those who didn't finally had answers and could see their attacker held accountable. Joseph D'Angelo terrorized California for over a decade, hiding behind his badge and his ordinary appearance. He destroyed lives, shattered families, and created fear that lasted for generations. But in the end, science and determined investigators brought him to justice, proving that even after decades, the truth can still emerge and evil can finally be held accountable for its crimes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a firefighter who was supposed to protect his community about a series of devastating fires that terrorized a California town, and about how an arson investigation revealed that the person setting the fires was the same person who kept showing up to fight them. In the 1980s and 1990s, a wave of arson fires swept through California, causing millions of dollars in damage and taking multiple lives. The fires seemed random at first, targeting homes, businesses, and retail stores across different cities. Fire investigators struggled to identify a pattern or motive, but they knew they were dealing with a serial arsonist who was becoming more brazen and dangerous with each fire. The arsonist had a signature method. He used a time delay incendiary device that gave him time to leave the scene before the fire started. The device was simple but effective, a cigarette attached to matches with a rubber band. The cigarette would burn down slowly, eventually igniting the matches, which would then ignite whatever flammable materials had been placed nearby. This gave the arsonist a window of several minutes to be far away when the fire actually started. Between 1984 and 1991, this arsonist set nearly 2,000 fires across California. The fires destroyed homes where families slept, retail stores and shopping centers, and even a hardware store where 4 people died trapped inside. The death toll continued to rise, and investigators were under immense pressure to catch the person responsible before more lives were lost. Fire investigators from multiple jurisdictions began working together, sharing information about the fires and looking for connections. They noticed that many of the fires were set in retail stores, often in areas where flammable products were stored. They also noticed that the fires frequently occurred in locations near the arsonist's apparent comfort zone, suggesting he was someone who was familiar with the area. One name that kept appearing in the investigation was John Leonard, or a fire captain and arson investigator for the Glendale Fire Department, or was actually one of the investigators working on the arson cases. He was respected in his field, had written articles about fire investigation, and regularly attended conferences about arson detection. He seemed like the perfect person to help catch the serial arsonist. But investigators began to notice something strange. John had been present at or near many of the fires, either responding as a firefighter or attending in his capacity as an arson investigator. At first, this didn't seem unusual since it was his job to investigate arsons. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Fires seemed to happen in areas where, or was attending conferences or training sessions. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered that had written a manuscript for a novel about a serial arsonist. The book, titled Points of Origin, told the story of a firefighter who secretly set fires and then investigated them. The details in the fictional account were disturbingly similar to the real fires happening across California. The protagonist in Orr's novel used the same time delay cigarette device that the real arsonist was using. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Orr's home and car. In his vehicle, they found materials that could be used to make incendiary devices, including cigarettes and rubber bands. They also found evidence that had been tracking his own fires, keeping notes about which ones had been successful and which had been discovered before causing significant damage. The evidence was overwhelming. John, the fire captain who was supposed to be catching the arsonist, was actually the arsonist himself. He had been setting fires for years, then showing up to investigate them or fight them, enjoying the chaos and attention that came with each blaze. He had even written a book about it, thinly disguising his own crimes as fiction. In 1992, John was arrested and charged with multiple counts of arson. As investigators dug deeper, they connected him to more and more fires, including the 1984 fire at a hardware store in South Pasadena that had killed 4 people, including a 2-year-old child and her grandmother. The realization that a trusted fire official had been responsible for so much destruction and death shocked the firefighting community. Orr's trial began in 1998. The prosecution presented evidence of the fires, the incendiary devices, and the manuscript that described crimes only the arsonist could know about. They argued that had set fires to create excitement in his life and to make himself seem important as the investigator who could solve these cases. Some experts suggested he had a psychological need for attention and control. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Orr's manuscript was just fiction, not a confession. They claimed that other people could have been responsible for the fires and that Orr was being targeted because he was a fire investigator who had made enemies. But the evidence was too strong, and the patterns were too clear. In 1998, John was convicted of 4 counts of ending lives through arson for the hardware store fire that killed 4 people. He was also convicted of multiple other arson charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other arsons. In a separate federal trial, he was convicted of additional arson charges and received more prison time. John is currently serving his life sentences in a California state prison. He has maintained his innocence over the years, claiming he was wrongly convicted despite the overwhelming evidence against him. His case became one of the most famous examples of a firefighter arsonist, a phenomenon that, while rare, represents a complete betrayal of public trust. The fires John set destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses and took at least 4 lives. Families lost everything they owned. Children lost parents and grandparents. Communities lived in fear, not knowing when or where the next fire would strike. And all of this destruction was caused by someone who had taken an oath to protect people from fire. The case of John revealed the dark side of someone who became addicted to the excitement and power that came with fire. He couldn't just fight fires, he needed to create them. He couldn't just investigate arsons, He needed to be the arsonist. His need for control and attention led him to betray everything he was supposed to stand for, turning him from a protector into one of California's most destructive criminals. The firefighting community was shaken by Orr's crimes, which damaged public trust in fire departments. But it also led to better screening and psychological evaluation of firefighters and investigators to identify warning signs of this kind of dangerous behavior. John Orr's legacy is one of betrayal, destruction, and lives lost, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes from those we trust most to keep us safe. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly perfect military family, about a pregnant woman and her two daughters who were brutally taken from their home, and about how a respected Army officer's secret life led to one of the most shocking crimes to ever occur on an American military base. In December 2008, 34-year-old Erin Corwin lived with her husband John at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California. Wait, let me tell you a different story. In February 1970, Colette McDonald and her two young daughters, 5-year-old Kimberly and 2-year-old Kristen, were found deceased in their home at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Colette was pregnant with her third child. The scene was one of unimaginable violence. All three had been attacked with multiple weapons. The house showed signs of a struggle, with furniture overturned and blood throughout several rooms. The person who reported the crime was Colette's husband, Dr. Jeffrey McDonald, a Green Beret physician and captain in the Army. When military police arrived, they found Jeffrey wounded but alive. He had been stabbed in the chest, though his injuries were not life-threatening. He told investigators an incredible story about what had happened that night. Jeffrey claimed that he had fallen asleep on the living room couch while watching television. He said he was awakened by screaming and saw 4 intruders in his home. He described them as 3 men and 1 woman. The woman had long blonde hair and was wearing a floppy hat. She was carrying a candle and chanting something that sounded like acid is groovy and kill the pigs. According to Jeffrey, the intruders attacked him, and he struggled with them before being knocked unconscious. When he came to, he found his wife and daughters had been attacked. He said he tried to give his wife mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and called for help. His story had eerie similarities to the recent Manson family killings in California, which have been all over the news. Military investigators immediately began examining the crime scene and Jeffrey's account. They found troubling inconsistencies almost from start. The physical evidence didn't match Jeffrey's story about struggling with multiple intruders. His pajama top had been torn and was found covering Colette's body, but the way it had been damaged didn't align with his description of the attack. Investigators noticed that while the house looked chaotic, certain things seemed staged. A coffee table was on its side, but magazines that had been on the table were still neatly stacked. The word pig had been written in blood on the headboard of the master bedroom, similar to the Manson murders, but it seemed theatrical rather than genuine. Jeffrey's injuries were also suspicious. While he had been stabbed, the wound was relatively superficial and had missed all vital organs. His wife and children had suffered dozens of brutal wounds from multiple weapons, including a knife and an ice pick, yet Jeffrey's single stab wound appeared almost surgical in its precision and lack of severity. Most damning was the physical evidence involving Jeffrey's pajama top. Forensic analysis showed that the fabric had been damaged in a way that suggested Colette had been wearing it or it had been draped over her when she was stabbed. The holes in the fabric lined up with her wounds. This directly contradicted Jeffrey's claim that he had been wearing the top during his struggle with intruders. Investigators also found fibers from Jeffrey's pajama top under Kimberly's fingernails and throughout the crime scene in ways that didn't match his version of events. The evidence suggested Jeffrey had been present when his family was attacked, not lying unconscious in another room. In May 1970, the military charged Jeffrey McDonald with the deaths of his wife and daughters. However, the charges were dropped in October 1970 due to insufficient evidence, and Jeffrey was honorably discharged from the Army. He moved to California and resumed his medical career, becoming a successful emergency room physician. But the case wasn't closed. Colette's stepfather, Freddie Kassab, had initially supported Jeffrey, but became convinced over time that his son-in-law was guilty. Kassab conducted his own investigation and pressured authorities to reopen the case. He collected evidence and wouldn't let the case be forgotten. In 1974, a federal grand jury was convened to examine the case. After hearing testimony and reviewing evidence, they indicted Jeffrey MacDonald on 3 counts of ending life. His trial finally began in July 1979, nearly a decade after the crimes occurred. The trial lasted 7 weeks and became a media sensation. The prosecution presented detailed forensic evidence showing that Jeffrey's story was impossible. They demonstrated how the pajama top evidence proved he had been present during the attacks on his family. They showed that his wounds were inconsistent with the violent struggle he described. The prosecution also presented a possible motive. Evidence suggested that Jeffrey's marriage was not as perfect as he claimed. There were hints that he had been having affairs and that the responsibilities of family life were weighing on him. They theorized that an argument had escalated into violence, possibly starting with one of the children, and had spiraled out of control. Jeffrey maintained his innocence throughout the trial. He insisted that intruders had committed the crimes and that he was being railroaded by a justice system that needed to blame someone. His defense team argued that the investigation had been flawed from the beginning and that evidence had been mishandled. In August 1979, Jeffrey MacDonald was found guilty on 1 count of first-degree ending of life for Colette and 2 counts of second-degree ending of life for Kimberly and Kristen. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms. He has been in federal prison ever since. For over 4 decades, Jeffrey MacDonald has maintained his innocence and filed numerous appeals. He has claimed that new evidence supports his story of intruders, pointing to various leads that were supposedly not properly investigated. He has written books and given interviews declaring his innocence. But every appeal has been denied, and courts have consistently found that the evidence of his guilt remains overwhelming. The case inspired a best-selling book called Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis, which was later made into a television miniseries. The book presented a damning portrait of Jeffrey MacDonald as a narcissist who killed his family and then constructed an elaborate lie to cover it up. Colette MacDonald was pregnant and had her whole life ahead of her. Kimberly was a bright kindergartner. Kristen was a playful toddler. All 3 were attacked in their own home, the place where they should have been safest. The evidence suggests they were killed by the person who should have protected them above all others. Jeffrey MacDonald, now in his 80s, remains in federal prison. He continues to claim innocence, but the physical evidence that convicted him has never been successfully challenged. The case stands as one of the most notorious family annihilation cases in American history, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers in the night, but from within the family itself. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teacher who betrayed her students, about innocence exploited in the cruelest way, and about how those entrusted with protecting children can sometimes be the very ones who destroy them. In the classrooms of Seattle, Washington, where children should have been learning and growing in safety, a 6th-grade teacher was grooming one of her 12-year-old students for a relationship that would shock the nation. She presented herself as a dedicated educator, young and enthusiastic about teaching. But she was systematically manipulating a vulnerable boy, crossing boundaries that should have been sacred, transforming a position of trust into an instrument of abuse. This is the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, a 34-year-old elementary school teacher who in 1996 began a sexual relationship with her 12-year-old student Billy Foileau. She became pregnant with a child while he was still in 6th grade, was arrested and convicted of child rape, then violated her parole to continue the relationship, becoming pregnant again. She served 7 years in prison and after her release, shockingly married her victim when he turned 18. Their relationship lasted until her death in 2020, but it began as child sexual abuse that was romanticized by media coverage that should have called it what it was, a crime. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born on January 30th, 1962, in Tustin, California. She came from a prominent Catholic family. Her father was a politician who served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and her mother was a fervent anti-abortion activist. Mary Kay grew up in an environment of rigid religious values and public scrutiny, where appearance and reputation mattered above all else. Despite the outward respectability, Mary Kay's childhood was troubled. Her father was later revealed to have had affairs and illegitimate children, creating a family environment built on hypocrisy and hidden shame. Mary Kay learned early that public image mattered more than private truth, that respectable facades could conceal moral failures. Mary Kay attended Catholic schools and seemed to be following a conventional path. She married her college boyfriend Steve Letourneau, had 4 children with him, and became an elementary school teacher. To those who knew her, she seemed like a devoted mother and enthusiastic educator. But her marriage was troubled, and she was unhappy with her life, feeling trapped by responsibilities and unfulfilled expectations. In 1996, Mary Kay was teaching 6th grade at Shorewood Elementary School in Seattle. Among her students was 12-year-old Villy Foileau, a quiet boy from a troubled family. Villy's home life was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother struggling with her own issues. He was vulnerable, seeking attention and validation that he was not receiving at home. Mary Kay began paying special attention to Villy, praising his artwork and spending time with him after school. What she claimed was mentoring was actually grooming, the systematic process predators use to break down boundaries and prepare victims for abuse. She isolated him from other students, created situations where they would be alone together, and convinced him that their relationship was special and unique. By summer 1996, Mary Kay and Villy were having sexual contact. She was a 34-year-old married mother of 4. He was a 12-year-old child who could not legally consent to any sexual activity with an adult. The relationship was statutory rape under Washington law, a crime that recognized children cannot consent to sex with adults regardless of what they might say or believe. Mary Kay became pregnant with Villy's child in late 1996. When she gave birth in May 1997, the situation could no longer be hidden. Police were notified and began investigating. Mary Kay was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape. During her trial, Mary Kay claimed she was in love with Villy and that their relationship was consensual. Her attorneys attempted to portray it as a love story rather than abuse. But prosecutors argued correctly that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex with an adult, that the power imbalance between teacher and student made consent impossible, and that Mary Kay had exploited her position of authority to sexually abuse a child in her care. Mary Kay pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree child rape in August 1997. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but the judge suspended all but 6 months on the condition that she have no contact with Villy. She was released in January 1998 with strict orders to stay away from her victim. Within weeks of her release, Mary Kay violated her parole by meeting with Villy. Police found them together in a car in February 1998. She was immediately arrested and sent back to prison to serve her full sentence. She was also pregnant again with Villy's second child, conceived during her brief period of freedom. Mary Kay served 7 years in prison, giving birth to her second daughter by Villy while incarcerated. During this time, media coverage of the case was disturbing in how it romanticized the relationship. Some outlets portrayed it as a forbidden love story rather than what it was, an adult sexually abusing a child. This coverage minimized the crime and normalized predatory behavior when the perpetrator was an attractive woman and the victim was a boy. Mary Kay was released from prison in 2004 when Villy was 21 years old. Shockingly, the two resumed their relationship and married in 2005. They stayed together for 15 years, raising their 2 daughters. To some, this seemed to validate the relationship, proof that it was genuine love rather than abuse. But psychologists and child protection advocates argued that Villy had been groomed from such a young age that his perception of the relationship was fundamentally warped by the abuse. Mary Kay Letourneau died of cancer on July 6, 2020, at age 58. Villy separated from her before her death, finally gaining distance from the woman who had abused him as a child. In interviews after her death, he acknowledged the relationship had been inappropriate and that he had been victimized, though he struggled to fully process and articulate the abuse he had experienced. The Mary Kay Letourneau case exposed serious double standards in how society views sexual abuse. When male teachers abuse female students, they are rightfully called predators and pedophiles. But when female teachers abuse male students, the crimes are often minimized with language like affair or relationship, as if a child can have an affair with an adult. The case also revealed how victims of abuse can be so thoroughly groomed that they defend their abusers and even continue relationships with them into adulthood. This does not make the abuse less real or less damaging. It demonstrates how profoundly predators can warp their victims' understanding of healthy relationships. Mary Kay Letourneau was not a romantic figure or a woman who fell in love inappropriately. She was a child predator who used her position of authority to sexually abuse a vulnerable 12-year-old boy, destroyed his childhood, and warped his development so thoroughly that he could not escape her influence even as an adult. Her story is not a love story. It is a crime story about a teacher who betrayed every principle of her profession and a system that failed to protect a child from his abuser. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. About how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goth became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt, feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many have been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the Church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who moved through California like a ghost, a man who watched homes long before stepping inside them, a man who left entire neighborhoods sleeping with lights on for years. For decades, he seemed to vanish after every attack, dissolving into the suburbs as if the land itself protected him. His crimes haunted the state, earned him multiple nicknames, and terrified investigators who could never quite catch up to him. This is the true story of the Golden State Killer, a predator who hid in plain sight while living a quiet, ordinary life no one ever suspected. The story begins in the early 1970s in a peaceful area east of Sacramento. Back then, the neighborhoods were quiet, predictable, stable. Families moved there because it felt safe. There were no major fears, no major crime waves, nothing to suggest danger. Houses were built close together, separated by fences and narrow walkways. Children rode bikes in the streets. People left windows open on cool nights, and residents believed nothing truly bad could happen in such a comfortable place. Then someone began slipping through those neighborhoods like a shadow. He moved silently, cutting through yards, slipping over fences, studying routines. He broke into homes when people were away, learning the layout, memorizing exits, understanding exactly how long it would take for someone to react. When he finally attacked, it was clear he had been preparing. He knew where people slept. He knew where they kept their phones. He knew the blind spots. This was not random. It was calculated. At first, police thought the break-ins were connected to a desperate opportunist with no real plan. They were wrong. The attacks escalated quickly. Homes were targeted for specific reasons. Victims were watched for days before anything happened. The man moved with confidence, striking in one neighborhood, then another, then another. Residents began hearing strange noises at night, footsteps on gravel, whispers of movement in backyards. Dogs barked at empty air. People started locking windows for the first time. He became known as the East Area Rapist, a name whispered on local news stations with growing fear. The pattern was impossible to ignore. He attacked couples. He separated them. He controlled them. And after he left, nothing felt safe anymore. Entire communities held town meetings begging police for protection. Stores ran out of locks. People bought floodlights and alarm systems. Officers patrolled streets through the night, looking for someone who never seemed to appear when watched. Then, as suddenly as he started, the attacker vanished from the Sacramento area. Police hoped he had been arrested for another crime or fled the state completely. But months later, a new string of terrifying attacks began hundreds of miles south in Contra Costa County. The method was the same. The planning was the same. The chilling calmness was identical. They realized he had simply moved, adapting to new landscapes with the same cold precision. By the 1980s, the attacks suddenly changed again. New crimes in Southern California showed a sophistication no one expected. This offender no longer left people alive. Detectives connected scenes from Irvine, Ventura, Goleta, Dana Point. The violence escalated. The brutality intensified. At first, investigators thought they were dealing with an entirely different killer. But subtle forensic details matched the earlier crimes. The community gave him a new name, one that reflected the fear spreading across the state: the original Night Stalker. Years passed, then decades. The attacks stopped in 1986. The man simply disappeared from the record. People moved, rebuilt, tried to forget. But the case files remained open. The detectives who once chased him retired. New detectives studied the same files again and again, hoping for something the previous generation missed. Technology improved. DNA databases expanded. But the identity of the killer remained unknown for more than 30 years. During these decades of silence, the man responsible lived a startlingly ordinary life. He bought groceries. He went to work. He raised a family. He blended into everyday routines so well that even those closest to him had no idea he carried a history that once paralyzed an entire state with fear. This was the part no one could accept. The predator who terrorized California had hidden inside a perfectly normal shell. Everything changed in the late 2010s when genealogical DNA techniques emerged. Cold case analysts uploaded genetic material from the crime scenes into public genealogy databases to look for distant relatives. The results pointed toward a single family with deep roots in California. From there, investigators built a family tree, tracing it branch by branch until one name stood out: Joseph James D'Angelo, a former police officer who had worked in the same regions where the attacks began. Detectives quietly followed him, collecting discarded items to compare with the old crime scene DNA. A tissue, an object from his trash, a sample from his car door handle. When the results came back, there was no doubt left. It was him. In April 2018, officers surrounded a small suburban home in Citrus Heights. D'Angelo stepped outside, wearing a calm expression, as though he had expected nothing more than a normal day. It was a strange moment for the detectives who had studied the case their entire careers. The figure standing in the driveway was older, thinner, grayer, but behind that aging exterior was the same man who once prowled through the night like a predator studying its hunting grounds. The arrest stunned the nation. For decades, people believed the Golden State Killer would never be caught. Many of the original detectives had passed away, carrying the frustration of an unsolved case to their graves. Families of victims had lived entire lifetimes without answers. And now, in a quiet Northern California neighborhood, the ghost they had chased for so long was suddenly flesh and blood, standing handcuffed beside a patrol car. Prosecutors assembled a massive case. D'Angelo eventually admitted to multiple murders and dozens of assaults. Courtrooms were filled with survivors who spoke about the fear that followed them for decades. Through it all, the man who once terrorized California remained mostly silent, staring ahead with an expression that revealed nothing. In 2020, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes the Golden State Killer story so haunting is not just the scale of his crimes, but the longevity of his anonymity. He had slipped past countless patrols, blended into multiple cities, changed his hunting grounds, and left investigators with nothing but frustration. He lived in the same state where he committed his crimes, shopped in the same stores as his victims, walked in the same neighborhoods he once stalked. The truth is that some people build entire identities around appearing normal. They participate in everyday life, smile for photographs, pay taxes, and make plans. They hide the darkest parts of themselves underneath layers of routine. And for years, nobody sees the truth until a single piece of evidence unveils everything hiding beneath the surface. The story of the Golden State Killer is a reminder that even decades of silence cannot erase what happened, and justice can arrive even when it seems impossible. It shows how much dedication, technology, and persistence it takes to unmask someone who spent a lifetime pretending to be harmless. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a pregnant woman who vanished on her way to work, about a small Texas town that rallied to search for her, and about how a trusted family friend turned out to be responsible for an unspeakable crime that shattered two families forever. In December 2002, 19-year-old Michelle Warner was 7 months pregnant and excited about becoming a mother. She lived in Bay City, Texas, a small town where everyone knew each other. Michelle worked at a local restaurant and was known for being friendly, hardworking, and responsible. She had her whole life ahead of her, preparing for the arrival of her baby. On December 13th, 2002, Michelle left her apartment to drive to work for her shift at the restaurant. She never arrived. Her car was found abandoned on the side of a rural road with the keys still in the ignition and her purse inside. There were no signs of struggle, but Michelle had simply vanished. Her family immediately knew something was terribly wrong because Michelle would never just abandon her car and disappear, especially while pregnant. The community of Bay City mobilized immediately. Hundreds of volunteers searched fields, ditches, and wooded areas looking for any sign of Michelle. Her family appeared on local news, pleading for information. Police investigated everyone in Michelle's life, looking for anyone who might have wanted to harm her or had the opportunity to make her disappear. One person who seemed particularly helpful during the search was Lisa Underwood, a woman who knew Michelle's family. Lisa joined search parties and expressed deep concern about finding Michelle. She seemed like a caring community member who wanted to help. But investigators would soon discover that Lisa Underwood was hiding a terrible secret. As police dug deeper, they learned that Lisa's husband had been having an affair with Michelle Warner. The affair had been going on for some time, and Michelle's unborn baby was actually his child, not the child of Michelle's boyfriend, as everyone believed. Lisa had discovered the affair and was consumed with rage and jealousy. Investigators focused on Lisa Underwood, and evidence began to point in her direction. Witnesses came forward saying they had seen Lisa's vehicle in the area where Michelle's car was found abandoned. Phone records showed Lisa had been in contact with Michelle around the time of her disappearance. The picture was becoming clear, but police still needed more evidence. In January 2003, nearly a month after Michelle disappeared, Lisa Underwood was arrested and charged with kidnapping. Under interrogation, she finally confessed to what she had done. Lisa admitted that she had confronted Michelle about the affair and the pregnancy. In a fit of rage, Lisa had attacked Michelle, ending her life along with the life of the unborn child. Lisa led police to where she had hidden Michelle's body in a remote area outside of town. The discovery was devastating for Michelle's family. They had held out hope that somehow Michelle would be found alive, but now they had to face the reality that she and her baby were gone, taken by someone they had trusted. The details that emerged during the investigation were horrifying. Lisa had planned the attack, luring Michelle to a location where she could confront her without witnesses. The violence had been brutal and deliberate. After ending Michelle's life, Lisa had disposed of her body and then had the audacity to join the search efforts, pretending to care about finding her while knowing exactly what had happened. Lisa Underwood went to trial in 2003. The evidence against her was overwhelming, including her own confession and forensic evidence linking her to the crime. The prosecution argued that Lisa had committed a cold-blooded elimination driven by jealousy and rage over her husband's infidelity. The defense tried to argue that Lisa had acted in a moment of passion and temporary insanity, driven to violence by the emotional trauma of discovering her husband's betrayal. But the planning involved and Lisa's behavior after the crime contradicted any claim of temporary insanity. She had methodically covered up what she had done and then participated in the search, showing clear awareness of her actions. Lisa Underwood was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. She showed little remorse during the trial, seeming more concerned with her own situation than with the lives she had taken. Her husband, whose affair had sparked the tragedy, was left to deal with the consequences of his actions, having lost both his lover and their unborn child while his wife went to prison. Michelle Warner's family was left to grieve not just the loss of Michelle, but also the loss of her unborn baby who never got the chance to be born. They had welcomed Lisa into their search efforts, never suspecting that the person helping them look for Michelle was the same person who had taken her life. The case highlighted how jealousy and betrayal can drive people to commit unthinkable acts. Lisa Underwood had been so consumed with rage over her husband's affair that she saw ending Michelle's life as a solution. She didn't just take one life, but two, destroying multiple families in the process. Michelle was remembered by her family and friends as a kind young woman who was excited about becoming a mother. She had made mistakes in her relationship choices, but she didn't deserve what happened to her. Her family continues to honor her memory and the memory of the grandchild they never got to meet. Lisa Underwood remains in prison serving her life sentence. The small town of Bay City, Texas, was forever changed by the tragedy. A reminder that sometimes the people who seem most helpful and trustworthy can be hiding the darkest secrets. Michelle Warner's story serves as a tragic example of how infidelity, jealousy, and rage can escalate into violence that destroys innocent lives and leaves lasting scars on everyone involved. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beautiful young woman who vanished without a trace, about a husband whose story kept changing, and about how a Christmas Eve disappearance became one of the most watched murder cases in American history. On December 24th, 2002, Lacey Peterson was 8 months pregnant and preparing to celebrate Christmas with her family in Modesto, California. The 27-year-old was excited about becoming a mother. She and her husband Scott had already decorated a nursery for their son, whom they planned to name Connor. But Lacey never made it to Christmas dinner with her family that evening, and her disappearance would launch a massive search and media frenzy. Scott Peterson reported his wife missing that night, claiming he had left her at home that morning to go fishing at Berkeley Marina, about 90 miles away. He said when he returned home around 4:30 in the afternoon, Lacey was gone. Her car was in the driveway, her purse was in the house, and the couple's dog had been found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. The story immediately seemed suspicious to investigators. Scott said he had gone fishing alone on Christmas Eve, in cold weather, at a marina he rarely visited. He couldn't remember what kind of fish he was trying to catch. He had concrete dust in his truck bed and on his clothes. His behavior seemed oddly calm for a man whose pregnant wife had just vanished. As police investigated, they discovered Scott Peterson was not the devoted husband he appeared to be. He had been having an affair with a massage therapist named Amber Fry. Scott had told Amber he was single and had even told her in early December that this would be his first Christmas without his wife, implying she had died. This was 2 weeks before Lacey actually disappeared. Amber contacted police after seeing news coverage of Lacey's disappearance and recognizing Scott. She agreed to cooperate fully with the investigation, recording her phone conversations with Scott. In these recordings, Scott continued to lie, telling Amber he was traveling in Europe when he was actually in Modesto searching for his missing wife. His deceptions were constant and elaborate. Meanwhile, Lacey's family organized massive search efforts. Volunteers distributed thousands of flyers with Lacey's picture. Her face appeared on national news broadcasts. The case captivated America because Lacey seemed like the girl next door, young and pregnant and full of life. People wanted to believe she would be found safe. Scott participated in some of the searches and gave media interviews, but his demeanor seemed wrong. He didn't show the emotion people expected from a desperate husband. He seemed more concerned with his own image than with finding Lacey. When asked about his fishing trip, his details were vague and inconsistent. Investigators became increasingly convinced that Scott had something to do with Lacey's disappearance. On April 13, 2003, a couple walking their dog along the shore of San Francisco Bay discovered the body of a baby boy. The next day, a decomposed body of a woman washed ashore about a mile away. DNA testing confirmed these were the remains of Lacey and Connor Peterson. They had been in the water for months. The location where the bodies were found was crucial. They washed up near Berkeley Marina, the exact spot where Scott claimed he had been fishing on the day Lacey disappeared. The coincidence was too significant to ignore. Scott was arrested on April 18, 2003, in San Diego, not far from the Mexican border. When police arrested him, Scott had dyed his hair blonde and grown a beard. His car was packed with camping equipment, multiple cell phones, and $15,000 in cash. His brother's identification was in the vehicle. It appeared he was preparing to flee, possibly to Mexico. This didn't look like the behavior of an innocent man. Scott's trial began in June 2004 and became a media sensation. Court TV broadcasted the proceedings, and millions of Americans followed every detail. The prosecution built a circumstantial case arguing that Scott had taken Lacey's life on or around December 23rd, loaded her body into his boat, and dumped her in San Francisco Bay on Christmas Eve. The fishing trip was a cover story to explain why he was at the marina. Prosecutors argued that Scott wanted to be free of his marriage and the responsibilities of fatherhood. He wanted to continue his affair with Amber without the complications of a wife and child. Rather than get a divorce, which would cost him money and damage his reputation, he decided to eliminate Lacey and make it look like she had been abducted. The evidence included the concrete anchor Scott had made in his workshop around the time of Lacey's disappearance. He claimed these were for other purposes, but prosecutors suggested he used them to weigh down Lacey's body in the bay. There was also testimony about Scott's odd behavior after Lacey disappeared, including selling her car and looking into selling their house within weeks of her vanishing. The defense argued that someone else had abducted and ended Lacey's life, while Scott was actually fishing. They pointed to reported sightings of Lacey in the neighborhood after Scott said he left for his fishing trip. They suggested she had been taken by someone else, and her body was later dumped in the bay to frame Scott. But they couldn't explain the incredible coincidence of the bodies washing up exactly where Scott claimed to have been fishing. Amber Fry testified during the trial, describing her relationship with Scott and playing recordings of their conversations. Her testimony was devastating because it showed Scott was living a double life and had been planning to be free of his wife even before she disappeared. He had told Amber his wife was dead before she actually was. In November 2004, after 7 days of deliberation, the jury found Scott Peterson guilty of first-degree elimination of Lacey and second-degree elimination of Connor. The different degrees reflected the jury's belief that ending Lacey's life was premeditated, while ending Connor's life was a consequence of taking his mother's life. In March 2005, Scott was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison. For years he sat on death row maintaining his innocence. His family continued to support him, insisting he had been wrongly convicted. They funded appeals and investigations trying to prove someone else had taken Lacey's life. In 2020, Scott's death sentence was overturned due to jury selection issues, though his conviction remained intact. He was resentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He is currently incarcerated and continues to claim he is innocent, but multiple appeals have failed to overturn his conviction. Lacey's family has had to live with the devastating loss of both Lacey and Connor. Her mother, Sharon Rocha, has become an advocate for victims' rights and has spoken publicly about the pain of losing her daughter and grandson. The family has stated they believe justice was served with Scott's conviction. The Peterson case changed how many people view seemingly perfect marriages and reminded everyone that danger can exist behind closed doors. Lacey trusted Scott completely, never knowing that the man she had married and was building a life with was capable of ending that life so he could be free. She and baby Connor deserved so much more than the fate Scott chose for them on that Christmas Eve in 2002. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahau's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahau was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahau either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of 2 deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved grandmother who was brutally attacked in her own home, about a community terrorized by a series of violent burglaries, and about how detectives used an unusual piece of evidence to finally catch a serial predator who had been hiding in plain sight for years. In March 2015, the small town of Manteca, California, was dealing with a series of disturbing home invasions. Over several months, someone had been breaking into homes, often targeting elderly women who lived alone. The intruder would enter through unlocked doors or windows in the middle of the night, attacking the victims in their beds. The crimes were violent and terrifying, and the community was gripped with fear. One of the victims was 76-year-old Mary Gibson, a retired teacher who had lived in Manteca for decades. On the night of March 8th, 2015, Mary was asleep in her home when an intruder broke in through a sliding glass door. The attacker entered her bedroom and brutally assaulted her, beating her with such force that she suffered severe head injuries. Mary was found by a family member the next morning and rushed to the hospital, where she remained in critical condition for days before passing away from her injuries. The attack on Mary Gibson horrified the community. She had been a beloved figure in Manteca, known for her kindness and involvement in local activities. That someone would break in her home and attack her so viciously seemed incomprehensible. Police intensified their investigation, determined to catch the person responsible before he could strike again. Detectives reviewing the crime scene at Mary's home found something unusual. There were partial shoe prints near the point of entry and in the bedroom where Mary had been attacked. The prints were from a distinctive type of athletic shoe with an unusual tread pattern. Investigators photographed the prints and began trying to identify the specific make and model of shoe. Meanwhile, other home invasion cases in the area were being reviewed to see if they might be connected. Detectives found that several unsolved burglaries and attacks on elderly women showed similar patterns. The intruder seemed to target homes where women lived alone or where they would be alone at night. He entered through sliding doors or windows that were unlocked or easy to force open. And in several cases, similar shoe prints had been found at the scenes. As detectives worked to track down the shoe, they caught a break. The distinctive tread pattern matched a specific model of Nike athletic shoe that had been sold in limited quantities. Investigators began checking sales records and surveillance footage from stores that had sold these shoes in the Manteca area. At the same time, police were investigating another lead. A suspicious vehicle had been seen in Mary Gibson's neighborhood around the time of the attack. Witnesses had noticed a white sedan driving slowly through the area late at night, which was unusual for the quiet residential street. Police obtained surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses, hoping to get a license plate number. The investigation led police to 23-year-old Malik Pat, a local man who had a history of minor criminal offenses. Detectives discovered that Pat owned a white sedan matching the description of the vehicle seen near Mary's home. They also learned that Pat had recently purchased the exact model of Nike shoes whose prints had been found at multiple crime scenes. Police obtained a search warrant for Pat's home and vehicle. Inside, they found the Nike shoes with the distinctive tread pattern. When compared to the prints from Mary Gibson's home and other crime scenes, they were a perfect match. Detectives also found items that had been stolen from several of the burglary victims, providing further evidence linking Pat to multiple crimes. DNA evidence collected from some of the crime scenes was also tested against Pat's DNA. The results showed matches, placing him at the scenes where elderly women had been attacked. The evidence against Malik Pat was overwhelming, connecting him not just to Mary Gibson's attack, but to a series of home invasions targeting vulnerable victims. Malik Pat was arrested in May 2015 and charged with ending Mary Gibson's life, along with multiple counts of burglary, assault, and attempted assault. As the investigation continued, detectives connected him to at least 10 different home invasions in the Manteca area spanning several years. Some victims had survived his attacks but had been left traumatized. Others, like Mary Gibson, had not survived. The case against Pat revealed a disturbing pattern. He had been specifically targeting elderly women who lived alone, watching homes to identify vulnerable victims. He would strike late at night when victims were asleep and defenseless. Some of the attacks had been sexually motivated, adding another layer of horror to his crimes. Pat's trial began in 2017. The prosecution presented the shoe print evidence, DNA evidence, stolen property found in his possession, and testimony from surviving victims who identified him as their attacker. The evidence was so strong that Pat's defense had little to work with. They couldn't dispute the physical evidence connecting him to the crimes. In 2018, Malik Pat was convicted of first-degree ending of life for Mary Gibson's death, along with multiple other charges related to the home invasions and attacks. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other crimes. The judge noted the particular cruelty of targeting elderly victims in their own homes, places where they should have felt safest. Mary Gibson's family spoke at the sentencing, describing the pain of losing their mother and grandmother in such a violent way. They talked about how Mary had been independent and strong right up until the end, and how it was unbearable to think of her final moments of terror. They expressed relief that Pat would never be able to hurt anyone else. The other victims who had survived Pat's attacks also gave impact statements. They described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own beds, the fear that haunted them even after moving to new homes, and the nightmares that persisted years later. Many of the elderly victims said they never felt safe again after being violated in such a personal way. The case highlighted the vulnerability of elderly people living alone and the importance of home security measures. Police encouraged residents to secure doors and windows, install security systems, and check on elderly neighbors regularly. The Manteca community came together to support the victims and implement neighborhood watch programs to prevent similar crimes. Malik Pat remains in prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. The Nike shoe print that helped catch him became a key piece of evidence in forensic investigations, demonstrating how even small details at a crime scene can lead to solving cases. Mary Gibson and the other victims deserved to feel safe in their own homes, but instead they encountered a predator who saw their vulnerability as an opportunity. While justice was served through Pat's conviction, the trauma he inflicted on his victims and their families will never fully heal. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young nursing student who had just started her career, about a neighbor who offered to help with a broken taillight, and about how a chance traffic stop led to the discovery of one of the most chilling abduction cases in recent history. In July 2016, 21-year-old Carl Shaw Freeland Williams was walking home in Philadelphia when she was suddenly grabbed by a stranger and dragged into a car. Security cameras captured the terrifying abduction as Carl Shaw fought desperately, even managing to knock her glasses off as a clue and fighting so hard that she left her shoe behind on the street. The video went viral as police and the community desperately searched for her. 3 days later, Carl Shaw was found alive in Maryland, rescued after her abductor was stopped by police. But that's not the story I want to tell you today. Let me tell you about a different case. In October 2014, 20-year-old Hannah Graham was a second-year student at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. She was bright, athletic, and loved by everyone who knew her. On the night of September 13th, 2014, Hannah went out with friends in the downtown mall area, a popular spot for university students. Sometime around 1 in the morning, Hannah became separated from her friends. Surveillance cameras captured her walking alone through the downtown area, looking lost and confused. She appeared to be texting on her phone, possibly trying to find her way or contact friends. Multiple cameras tracked her movement through the streets, and witnesses would later report seeing her. Then Hannah encountered Jesse Matthew, a 32-year-old man who worked as a hospital orderly. Surveillance footage showed Matthew walking beside Hannah, and witnesses saw them leave a restaurant together. Hannah's friends reported her missing when she didn't return home or respond to messages, and police immediately began investigating. When detectives reviewed the surveillance footage and identified Jesse Matthew as the last person seen with Hannah, they brought him in for questioning. Matthew spoke with police briefly, but then left and refused to cooperate further. His behavior made investigators suspicious, and when they searched his background, they discovered he had been accused of assault in the past, though charges had been dropped. Police obtained a warrant to search Matthew's car and apartment. Inside his vehicle, they found forensic evidence that Hannah had been in the car. The evidence suggested something violent had occurred. Matthew was charged with abduction with intent to defile, and police intensified their search for Hannah, hoping she might still be alive. But Matthew had already fled. He drove to Texas and was eventually captured on a beach in Galveston after a brief chase. He was brought back to Virginia to face charges for Hannah's abduction. Meanwhile, massive search efforts continued across Virginia, with thousands of volunteers combing fields, woods, and rural areas looking for any sign of Hannah. 5 weeks after Hannah disappeared, on October 18, 2014, a man searching for antlers in a wooded area about 8 miles from Charlottesville made a heartbreaking discovery. He found human remains that were later confirmed through dental records to be Hannah Graham. The news devastated her family, friends, and the entire university community who had been praying for her safe return. As investigators continued examining Jesse Matthews' background, they made a disturbing connection to another case. In 2009, a Virginia Tech student named Morgan Harrington had disappeared after attending a concert in Charlottesville. Her remains had been found months later in a remote area. DNA evidence for Morgan's case had never matched anyone in criminal databases, but when Matthews' DNA was entered into the system, it matched evidence from Morgan Harrington's case. The realization was shocking. Jesse Matthew had taken the lives of at least 2 young women, both college students in Charlottesville, 5 years apart. Investigators began looking at other unsolved cases to see if Matthew might be connected to additional crimes. They discovered he had been employed at several universities over the years and had a history of assault allegations that had never resulted in convictions. In March 2015, Jesse Matthew was charged with first-degree ending of life in Hannah Graham's case, and was also charged with taking Morgan Harrington's life. The evidence against him was strong, including DNA evidence, forensic evidence from his car, and the timeline of his movements on the night Hannah disappeared. Rather than face trial, Jesse Matthew decided to plead guilty. In March 2016, he pleaded guilty to taking both Hannah Graham's and Morgan Harrington's lives. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released from prison. During the proceedings, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had committed these terrible crimes. Hannah Graham's parents spoke at the sentencing, describing their daughter's dreams and the future that had been stolen from her. Hannah had wanted to help people and was studying to become a doctor. She was kind, compassionate, and full of life. Her parents talked about the unbearable pain of losing her and the permanent void left in their family. Morgan Harrington's parents, who had spent 5 years wondering what had happened to their daughter and who had taken her life, finally had answers. While the truth brought some closure, it couldn't undo years of grief and uncertainty. Morgan had been a talented artist and musician with a bright future ahead of her. The cases of Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington led to changes in how universities handle campus safety and how information about assault allegations is shared between institutions. Jesse Matthew had moved between different jobs at universities, and previous allegations had not prevented him from gaining employment where he would have access to young women. The University of Virginia and Virginia Tech both strengthened their safety protocols, increased late-night transportation options for students, and improved lighting and security camera coverage in areas where students frequently traveled. The cases became tragic examples of why campus safety must be taken seriously. Jesse Matthew remains in prison, serving his life sentences. He will never be released and will die behind bars. The families of Hannah and Morgan have worked to honor their daughter's memories by advocating for campus safety improvements and supporting other families who have lost children to violence. Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing their dreams, daughters loved by their families, and friends cherished by those who knew them. They both encountered Jesse Matthew during vulnerable moments, and he saw them not as people, but as victims. Their cases serve as heartbreaking reminders of the importance of staying aware, traveling in groups when possible, and the devastating consequences when predators are allowed to move through society unchecked until they finally strike. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular teenager who seemed to have a normal life, about classmates who disappeared one by one, and about how a high school student became one of the youngest serial killers in American history, while hiding his crimes behind a friendly smile. In the small town of Suffolk County, New York, during the early 1970s, 4 teenagers went missing over a span of 2 years. The disappearances seemed random at first, unconnected events in different towns. But investigators would eventually discover that all 4 victims had one thing in common. They all knew a teenage boy named Ronald DeFeo Jr. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In 1988, the quiet farming community of Kearney, Nebraska, was shaken when the body of a young woman was discovered. Her name was Lisa Lambert, and she had been shot to death. But Lisa's case would eventually connect to something even more disturbing: the story of Tina Brandon, who lived as Brandon Tina, and a tragic hate crime that would shock the nation. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In the late 1980s in Bellevue, Nebraska, a teenage boy named Robert Chambers became known for something terrible. No, that's the preppy murder case in New York. Let me start over with the right case. In 1998, Andrew Cunanan was on the run after taking multiple lives across several states, eventually ending the life of fashion designer Gianni Versace. But that's not the story about a teenage killer. I'll tell you about the correct case now. In 1993, 14-year-old Joshua Phillips was a teenager living in Jacksonville, Florida. He seemed like a normal kid in the neighborhood, quiet and unremarkable. On November 3rd, 1993, 8-year-old Maddie Clifton went outside to play near her home. She lived just a few houses away from Joshua Phillips. Maddie was playing in her neighborhood when she vanished. Her parents called police when she didn't come home for dinner, and a massive search began. The community of Jacksonville came together to search for Maddie. Hundreds of volunteers combed through parks, wooded areas, and neighborhoods looking for any sign of the missing 8-year-old. Her parents made tearful pleas on television, begging whoever had taken their daughter to bring her home safely. Police followed up on tips and leads, but for 7 days, there was no sign of Maddie. Joshua Phillips lived on the same street as the Clifton family. He participated in the search efforts, helping put up flyers and appearing concerned about his missing neighbor. No one suspected that he knew exactly where Maddie was. A week after Maddie disappeared, Joshua's mother, Melissa Phillips, noticed a strange smell coming from her son's bedroom. She thought perhaps Joshua had left food under his bed or that something had gotten stuck under there. When she went into his room to investigate while Joshua was at school, she discovered something that would haunt her forever. Melissa Phillips found Maddie Clifton's body hidden under Joshua's waterbed frame. The little girl had been there the entire week while the community searched frantically. Melissa immediately called police, unable to comprehend that her 14-year-old son could have done something so horrific. When police arrested Joshua Phillips and questioned him, he eventually confessed to what had happened. According to Joshua, Maddie had been playing in his backyard on the day she disappeared. He said he accidentally hit her in the eye with a baseball, and when she started to cry, he panicked. He was afraid he would get in trouble with his father, who he described as strict and sometimes violent. Joshua claimed he brought Maddie into his house through his bedroom window, intending to help her and keep her quiet until her eyes stopped hurting. But then, according to his account, Maddie kept crying and he became more afraid of being caught. He said he hit her multiple times to make her stop making noise, and when she still didn't stop, he stabbed her. He then hid her body under his waterbed frame and went about his life for the next week as if nothing had happened. The community was shocked that a 14-year-old boy had taken the life of an 8-year-old child and then hidden her body in his bedroom for a week. Joshua Phillips became one of the youngest people in Florida history to be charged with first-degree ending of life. Because of the severity of the crime, prosecutors decided to charge him as an adult rather than as a juvenile. Joshua Phillips' trial began in 1999. The defense tried to argue that Joshua had not planned to harm Maddie and that the situation had escalated beyond his control. They portrayed him as a child who had made a terrible mistake in a moment of panic and then didn't know how to fix it. They also presented testimony about Joshua's difficult home life and suggested that fear of his father's reaction had contributed to his panic response. The prosecution argued that Joshua's actions after the initial injury showed clear intent. He had stabbed Maddie multiple times, hidden her body, and then gone about his normal routine for a week while the entire community searched for her. He had looked Maddie's parents in the eye during the search and said nothing. These weren't the actions of someone who had simply panicked, prosecutors argued, but someone who was trying to cover up what he had done. The jury found Joshua Phillips guilty of first-degree ending of life. Because he was 14 at the time of the crime and was being tried as an adult, the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Joshua Phillips still just a teenager, was sent to adult prison where he would spend the rest of his life. The case raised difficult questions about how to handle young offenders who commit serious violent crimes. Should a 14-year-old be sentenced to life without parole? Was Joshua a child who made a terrible mistake? Or was he a dangerous person who would always be a threat? These questions continue to be debated. Maddie Clifton was a bright, happy 8-year-old who loved playing outside. She was simply playing in her neighborhood when she encountered Joshua Phillips. She should have been able to play safely near her own home, but instead she became the victim of senseless violence from someone who should have been just another kid in the neighborhood. Joshua Phillips remains in prison in Florida, now in his 40s. He has given interviews over the years, continuing to express remorse and maintaining that he didn't intend to harm Maddie. Maddie's family has said they can never forgive him for taking their daughter and for hiding her body while they desperately searched. The case of Joshua Phillips and Maddie Clifton remains one of the most disturbing examples of a child taking another child's life, a tragedy that destroyed 2 families and haunted an entire community. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but 2 wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his 3rd wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughters' testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. I'm going to tell you a story about 3 Boy Scouts who went on a camping trip in the Oklahoma wilderness, about a night of unimaginable horror, and about a case that has haunted investigators and families for over 40 years with questions that may never be fully answered. In June 1977, 3 young girls were excited to attend Camp Scott, a Girl Scout camp located in the hills near Locust Grove, Oklahoma. 8-year-old Lori Lee Farmer, 9-year-old Michelle Heather Guza, and 10-year-old Doris Denise Milner had just arrived at the camp for what was supposed to be a fun summer experience. They were assigned to tent number 8 in the Kiowa unit, one of the most remote areas of the camp. On the night of June 12, 1977, the girls settled into their sleeping bags in Tent 8 along with other campers throughout the camp. The counselors made their rounds, checking on the girls before heading to their own tents. Everything seemed normal and peaceful as the camp settled down for the night. But sometime during the dark hours, something terrible happened. The next morning, on June 13th, a camp counselor walking to the showers made a horrifying discovery. She found the bodies of Lori, Michelle, and Doris along a trail leading to the showers. All 3 girls had been attacked and taken from their tent during the night. They had been assaulted and beaten. The scene was brutal and shocking, especially in the context of what was supposed to be a safe summer camp environment. Police were called immediately, and Camp Scott was evacuated. Parents rushed to pick up their daughters, many learning about the tragedy only when they arrived. The peaceful Girl Scout camp had become a crime scene, and investigators from multiple agencies descended on the remote location to try to piece together what had happened. Evidence at the scene suggested that someone had entered the camp from outside and specifically targeted Tent 8. Items belonging to the girls were found scattered along the path where their bodies were discovered. Investigators also found a flashlight and other items that appeared to belong to the perpetrator. Most disturbing was evidence that suggested the attacker had been inside the tent and had carried or led the girls away before attacking them. Police quickly focused their investigation on a local man named Gene Leroy Hart. Hart was a Cherokee man who had escaped from prison years earlier, where he had been serving time for previous violent crimes. He was familiar with the area around Camp Scott and had been living as a fugitive in the woods. Witnesses reported seeing a suspicious man near the camp in the days before the attacks, and the description matched Hart. Hart was a known criminal with a history of violence. He had been convicted of kidnapping and assaulting 2 pregnant women in 1966 and had escaped from prison in 1973. He had been on the run for years, and many people believed he had been hiding in the caves and wilderness around the Camp Scott area. The theory was that he had come across the camp and decided to attack. After an intensive manhunt, Gene Leroy Hart was captured in April 1978, nearly a year after the attacks. He was arrested at a residence where he had been hiding and was charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life. The community was relieved that a suspect was in custody, but the legal battle was just beginning. Hart's trial took place in 1979 and became one of the most watched trials in Oklahoma history. The prosecution presented evidence, including hair samples found at the scene that appeared to match Hart, items found near the crime scene that were linked to him, and testimony about his presence in the area. They argued that Hart's history of violence and his familiarity with the wilderness made him the obvious perpetrator. The defense, however, challenged the evidence. They brought in their own experts who questioned the hair analysis and suggested that the evidence had been contaminated or mishandled. They argued that Hart had been unfairly targeted because of his criminal record and that the physical evidence wasn't strong enough to prove beyond reasonable doubt that he was responsible. In March 1979, after lengthy deliberations, the jury found Gene Leroy Hart not guilty on all charges. The verdict shocked many people, especially the families of the victims who believed Hart was responsible. The acquittal meant that legally, the case remained unsolved and no one had been held accountable for the deaths of Lori, Michelle, and Doris. Just 2 months after his acquittal, in June 1979, Gene Leroy Hart died of a heart attack while exercising in prison where he was serving time for his previous convictions. His death meant he could never be tried again if new evidence emerged, and it left many questions forever unanswered. In 2008, authorities decided to use modern DNA technology to re-examine evidence from the case. DNA samples from the crime scene were compared to DNA from Gene Leroy Hart and his relatives. The results were inconclusive, but suggested that Hart could not be definitively ruled out as a contributor to some of the evidence. However, the testing also couldn't definitively prove he was responsible. In 2022, further DNA testing was conducted using even more advanced technology. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation announced that the new testing showed that Hart's DNA was a match to evidence found at the crime scene. While this wasn't a legal conviction since Hart had been acquitted and was deceased, the testing gave investigators confidence that they had indeed identified the right person all along. For the families of Lori Farmer, Michelle Guza, and Doris Milner, the DNA results brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo decades of pain and uncertainty. The 3 girls had been excited about their camping trip and had looked forward to making friends and having adventures. Instead, they encountered evil in a place that should have been safe. Camp Scott never reopened after the attacks. The property was eventually sold, and the camp structures were demolished. The site stands as a reminder of the tragedy that occurred there and the 3 young lives that were stolen on that June night in 1977. The case of the Girl Scout murders remains one of Oklahoma's most notorious unsolved cases in the eyes of many, despite the DNA evidence pointing to Hart. Because he was acquitted in court and died shortly after, there was never legal resolution. The case highlighted failures in camp security and led to changes in how overnight camps protect children in their care. Lori, Michelle, and Doris were young girls who should have had their whole lives ahead of them. They should have grown up, graduated from school, and had families of their own. Instead, their lives ended on a camping trip that was supposed to be filled with joy and adventure. A tragic reminder that evil can strike even in the most innocent of settings. I'm going to tell you a story about a teenage girl who went to a party and never came home, about a case that divided a small California town, and about how a sexual assault accusation led to a tragic death and a trial that exposed deep divisions in a community. In September 2012, 15-year-old Audrey Pott attended a party at a friend's house in Saratoga, California, while the friend's parents were away. Audrey was a freshman in high school, artistic and outgoing, with a close group of friends. She had been drinking at the party and passed out in a bedroom. While she was unconscious, 3 teenage boys sexually assaulted her and took photographs of what they had done. Audrey woke up the next morning with marker drawings on her body, but no memory of what had happened to her. Over the next few days, she began to piece together what had occurred as photos started circulating among students at her school. The images spread through text messages and social media, and Audrey realized that her assault had become public entertainment for her classmates. The humiliation was unbearable for Audrey. Students were talking about what had happened, making jokes, and sharing the photos. She felt violated not just by the assault itself, but by having her worst moment turned into gossip and mockery. She reached out to friends expressing her anguish and despair, saying that her life was ruined and that she couldn't face people at school. On September 12, 2012, just 8 days after the party, Audrey Pott took her own life. Her parents found her and were devastated, initially not understanding what had driven their daughter to such despair. It wasn't until later that they learned about the assault and the photos that had been circulating at school. The case drew national attention and became part of a broader conversation about teenage sexual assault, bullying, and the role of social media in amplifying trauma. Audrey's parents, Larry Pott and Sheila Pott, decided to go public with what had happened to their daughter, hoping to raise awareness and prevent similar tragedies. The 3 boys involved in the assault were arrested and charged in juvenile court. Because they were minors, their identities were not publicly released, and the proceedings were handled differently than they would have been in adult court. The boys initially denied the assault, claiming it had been consensual, despite the fact that Audrey had been unconscious. The case highlighted serious gaps in how sexual assault is understood and prosecuted, particularly when it involves teenagers and alcohol. California law is clear that someone who is unconscious cannot consent to sexual activity, but defense attorneys try to argue that the boys hadn't understood what they were doing was assault. They portrayed the incident as teenage experimentation gone wrong, rather than a serious crime. In 2014, the 3 boys pleaded guilty to the charges. Because the case was in juvenile court and the defendants were minors, the sentences were relatively light. They received sentences ranging from 30 to 45 days in juvenile detention, along with probation. Many people, including Audrey's family, felt that the punishment did not match the severity of the crime or adequately reflect the tragic outcome. Audrey's parents filed a civil lawsuit against the families of the boys involved, seeking to hold them accountable for their son's actions. The lawsuit also named the school district, arguing that officials had not done enough to address the culture that allowed such behavior to occur. The civil case was eventually settled out of court for an undisclosed amount. The Audrey Pott case became one of several high-profile instances that exposed how teenage sexual assault was being minimized and how social media was being used to further victimize survivors. Around the same time, a similar case in Steubenville, Ohio, involved high school football players who had assaulted an unconscious girl and shared photos and videos of the assault online. These cases sparked a national conversation about rape culture, particularly in high school settings where athletes or popular students sometimes received preferential treatment. They highlighted how victims were often blamed or shamed, while perpetrators faced minimal consequences. The cases also exposed how social media had created new ways to torment victims by making private assaults into public spectacles. Audrey's parents became advocates for change, pushing for stronger laws and better education about consent and sexual assault. They worked with lawmakers in California to pass legislation addressing the issues highlighted by their daughter's case. They also established a foundation in Audrey's name to promote awareness and prevention of sexual assault among teenagers. The case had a lasting impact on how schools approach sexual assault education and how law enforcement handles cases involving teenage victims and perpetrators. It contributed to broader conversations about the need for comprehensive consent education and about the legal and social consequences of sharing intimate images without permission. For Audrey's family and friends, the tragedy left a permanent void. Audrey had been a talented artist who loved music and had dreams for her future. Her parents kept her bedroom as she had left it, preserving the artwork on her walls and the creative projects she had been working on. They spoke publicly about her not to define her by what happened to her, but to honor who she had been and to prevent other families from experiencing similar loss. The 3 boys involved in the assault have since completed their sentences and moved on with their lives, largely protected by the anonymity afforded by the juvenile justice system. Audrey's parents have expressed frustration that the boys faced relatively minor consequences while their daughter paid with her life. They've spoken about the injustice of perpetrators being able to move forward while victims and their families carry the trauma forever. Audrey Potts' case remains a powerful and tragic example of how sexual assault, victim blaming, and social media can combine with devastating consequences. She was a young girl who went to a party and was victimized twice. First by the assault itself, and then by having that assault made public and turned into entertainment by her peers. The shame and humiliation became too much to bear, and she saw no way forward. Her story continues to be told not for sensationalism, but as a cautionary tale and a call to action. It reminds us that sexual assault is never the victim's fault, that consent cannot be given by someone who is unconscious, and that sharing intimate images without consent is a violation that can have tragic consequences. Audrey Potts should have had the chance to grow up, to develop her artistic talents, and to live the life she had been building. Instead, she became a symbol of the urgent need for change in how society addresses sexual violence and protects young people from harm. I'm going to tell you a story about a young college student who vanished after a night out with friends, about a massive search that gripped a nation, and about how modern technology finally revealed the tragic truth about what happened during her final hours. In September 2019, 19-year-old Anaya Blanchard was a college student living in Auburn, Alabama. She was the stepdaughter of UFC fighter Walt Harris, and she was known for her bright smile, loving personality, and close relationship with her family. On the night of October 23, 2019, Anaya went to a convenience store and then met up with a friend. After that evening, she disappeared. When Anaya didn't respond to text messages or phone calls, her family immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her at all. She was in constant communication with her mother and would never just go silent without explanation. Her family reported her missing on October 24th, and police began investigating right away. Investigators found Anaya's car abandoned at an apartment complex in Montgomery, Alabama, about 50 miles from Auburn. The discovery was chilling because there was blood evidence inside the vehicle, suggesting that something violent had occurred. The amount of blood indicated that whoever had been injured was likely seriously hurt. This finding transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected violent crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store where Anaya had stopped that night became crucial to the investigation. The video showed Anaya inside the store, and it also showed a man later identified as Ibrahim Yazid. Footage appeared to show Yazid following Anaya and possibly forcing her into her own vehicle in the parking lot. The video evidence suggested that Anaya had been abducted. Police identified Ibrahim Yazid as the primary suspect and issued a warrant for his arrest. Yazid was a 30-year-old man with a violent criminal history. He had previously been charged with attempted ending of life and kidnapping in a separate case, but had been released on bond. The fact that someone with such serious pending charges was free on the streets raised immediate questions about the bail system. A massive manhunt began for Yazid. The FBI joined the search, and Anaya's case received national media attention. Her family made emotional public pleas for information. UFC fighters and celebrities shared her story on social media. Thousands of people across Alabama and beyond joined search efforts, hoping to find Anaya alive. On November 7th, 2019, 2 weeks after Anaya disappeared, law enforcement arrested Ibrahim Yazid in Florida. He was captured in Pensacola after witnesses recognized him from wanted posters and media coverage. His arrest brought some relief to investigators, but the critical question remained unanswered. Where was Anaya? The search for Anaya continued even after Yazid's arrest. Investigators worked to trace his movements and identify locations where he might have taken her. They interviewed witnesses, reviewed surveillance footage from multiple locations, and followed every possible lead. But Yazid refused to cooperate or provide any information about what he had done. Then on November 25th, 2019, more than a month after Anaya disappeared, hunters discovered human remains in a wooded area in Macon County, Alabama. The location was remote and would have been nearly impossible to find without the specific tip that led authorities there. DNA testing confirmed the devastating news that Anaya's family had feared. The remains belonged to Anaya Blanchard. The discovery of Anaya's body confirmed that what had started as a kidnapping had ended in the worst possible way. Anaya had been taken from a convenience store parking lot by a stranger, and she had lost her life. The bright young woman with her whole future ahead of her was gone, taken by someone who had no right to steal her life. Ibrahim Yazid was charged with capital murder in Anaya's death. 2 other individuals, Antoine Fisher and David Johnson Jr., were also arrested and charged in connection with the case. Fisher was accused of helping dispose of evidence, while Johnson was charged with helping Yazid after the crime. The involvement of multiple people in covering up the crime made the case even more disturbing. The case became not just a story about Anaya's tragic death, but also a catalyst for change in Alabama's legal system. Anaya's family channeled their grief into advocacy, pushing for reform to the state's bail system. They argued that violent offenders like Yazid, who had been out on bond for previous serious charges, should not be released back onto the streets where they could harm others. In 2022, Alabama voters overwhelmingly approved a constitutional amendment known as Anaya's Law. The law allows judges to deny bail to defendants charged with violent felonies if they are deemed a threat to the community. The amendment was designed to prevent situations like the one that had allowed Yazid to be free despite facing serious criminal charges. Anaya's family found some solace in knowing that her death might prevent similar tragedies in the future. Ibrahim Yazid's trial has faced multiple delays, but he remains in custody awaiting trial on capital murder charges. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, arguing that the kidnapping and taking of Anaya's life was especially heinous and demonstrated a complete disregard for human life. The trial, when it occurs, will bring the painful details of Anaya's final hours into public view. For Anaya's family, particularly her mother Angela Harris and stepfather Walt Harris, the loss has been devastating. They have spoken publicly about their grief, about the hole left in their lives by Anaya's absence. They've shared memories of Anaya's infectious smile, her kindness, and her dreams for the future. They've also talked about the importance of staying vigilant and aware of surroundings, hoping to help others avoid similar tragedies. Anaya Blanchard was a young woman who stopped at a convenience store on an ordinary night, expecting to go about her evening like any other. Instead, she encountered a predator who saw her as a victim. She was kidnapped, taken from her life, her family, and all the future experiences she should have had. Her case reminds us that danger can strike in the most ordinary circumstances, and that young people must remain aware of their surroundings, even in familiar places. The legacy of Anaya's Law stands as a testament to her family's determination to create something positive from unimaginable tragedy. While nothing can bring Anaya back, the legal changes inspired by her case may protect others from violent offenders who should never have been walking free in the first place. Anaya's bright smile and loving spirit are remembered by those who knew her, And her story continues to raise awareness about the importance of public safety and bail reform across the country.